and it's not the quickest of pitches, so probably just allowing himself a bit more time to play the ball as straight as possible as Masood sets up once more, still and forward in defence. Good length delivery from Bess.
Well, he's clearly going to be busier in this match than he was the predecessor. It's very rare for a specialist spinner not to bowl a ball in a test match.
He did influence an incredible run out though.
Yeah.
As Masood back in his crease and plays to mid-wicket, no run.
He's good at that. He hits the stumps more often than most. I've seen him do that down at Taunton.
So he now has the ball back in his hands, gives it a bit of a shine on the back of his leg as he spins himself a catch, and he comes now past the umpire. Balls to Masood, who's forward and covering the ball. Back to the bowler at the end of the over. It's 85 for 2. 35 overs have been bowled in this innings. Shan Masood 37. Babar Azam 25. Had a message on Twitter, Vic.
Yeah.
From Susan Mason.
Mm-hmm.
Can you ask Vic Marks if his book is worth buying after Mark Church was waxing lyrical about it yesterday?
Well, which one?
Was thinking about getting it, but at this price would like some insight from the writer. It's available online on a well-known website at the price of £162
oh yeah,
and 24 pence.
I think that's probably over £1 a page.
Thoughts?
What book is this then? It must be. I don't think it can be. I have a couple out there at the moment. I don't think it's the one that came out last year. It must be one that came out in the 80s.
It's one you did with Robin Drake.
Oh, I know, yes. Well, don't you know about that one?
I do now. As Archer is replacing Stuart Broad, Babar Azam drives back past him down the ground. He didn't look like he got all of it, but I think he might pick up 4. He does. Stuart Broad has given up the chase at mid-on. And the bat almost turned in his hand as he played that. Babar Azam moves to 29.
Timing. But to get back to your original question, well, yes, I think it's worth 160, whatever it was you said, but I'm not sure anyone else in the world does. But it's a game book. Would you like to know about that? You, the reader, are captain of England.
Oh, right.
And you have to make choices. I wrote it back in the 80s with Robin. And you have to, and depending on your choices, England win or lose the game. But why that should crop up now, I'm not sure.
As Archer has passed the stumps to Azam, who's dabbing to the leg side, comes through for a quick single and makes it convincingly as mid-wicket runs in to collect the ball. Ollie Pope there.
I might have one, not only 1 or 2 copies back at home, but I'd be prepared to sell it for that.
Do those choices as England captain involve picking you in the team?
No, it doesn't.
Babar Azam before lunch 4 from 27 balls. Since lunch 26 from 28 balls.
You haven't read it either.
The ultimate one-day cricket
That's
match.
it. Yeah. 160 odd pound. Where'd you get?
I might try and bid.
Well, I think you should probably. I mean, you're one of the few who could possibly afford it.
As Archer comes in now, rolling over to the left-handed Masood, who's forward and playing that to mid-wicket, no run. Just rehearses his defensive push. He's got 2 slips and 2 gullies. Archer as he trudges back to the top of his mark. Interesting. So
you are captain of England. You're playing, and you're leading the team against the rest of the world in 1988. It was
okay.
Written. And depends. And you've got Boss in your team and Gower.
Amazing. There's Masood back and across, defensively offside this time. A good let delivery from Jofra Archer. He's bowling at 83 miles an hour. Heads on out to Stuart Broad, who has the ball back in his hands, giving it a shine.
But I don't understand why this has cropped up now, but still.
Well, I just received a message. I'm just a messenger, Vic.
The rest of the world. England couldn't beat anyone on their own in the 1980s, late 80s.
It's a book, it's a fiction.
Archibald Short, Masood ducks. Goes through to Buttler. So, rest of the world, what would that team include?
Well, it was mostly... I can't remember now precisely, but I expect Gavaskar might have been there.
Viv's got to be in there, surely.
Viv must have been there.
Imran
Khan? Possibly. I can't.
You wrote it that long
Qadir,
ago.
he played. Abdul played. Because you didn't want to start cover driving his googly or you were in trouble when you were batting.
His son plays in Australia.
Yeah. He's no longer with us, sadly.
No. As Archer ambles in, but then bowls outside the off stump, and Masood raises his bat to allow it to pass. At the end of the over, 90 for 2. I think his son's actually moved back to Pakistan, so we can see if he can make it at age group level and then try and get in to the Pakistan setup.
Well, I suspect that Abdul did quite a bit of work with Yasir Shah. And they're sort of similar cricketers. Abdul's a fantastic wrist spinner, but a wonderful, mercurial bowler with a sort of temperament of a fast bowler in a way, always at you, fizzing the ball down. Quite an emotional sort of bowler. And with wonderful variety. And you know, he was around just before the Shane Warnes came along. He helped to rebirth the art of wrist spin.
As Babar Azam is still in his crease, Bess bowls him inside out drives past extra. Chris Woakes dropped his shoulders as if to say, well, that's definitely going for 4, then chased after it and then realised he had to give up again because that was sweetly timed from Babar Azam. Beautifully played.
It was. I mean, it was slightly over pitch, but the authority with which he just beat the field and hit it so crisply, though not hard, all the way to the boundary. Big boundaries here. He has looked good since lunch.
Brought up a 50 partnership from 109 balls.
Sandy, 34 of 56 deliveries, Babar Azam. Shah Masood, 15 off 53. And that partnership is Bess. Past the stumps, bowls flatter to Azam, who pushes to the offside and takes the single, goes to 35, 95 for 2.
There you are.
James in Heatherset emails, I got a copy of Vic's Ultimate One Day Cricket Match book for a birthday when I was a child. Lucky you, as Bess bowls to Masood, who's turning it around the corner, falls in front of short leg, no run. Loved the variant where I had to put myself on to bowl and take Viv Richards' wicket, but then lost the game by keeping myself on too long. The variant.
Well, I don't remember variants, but there you go. Is that a scientific term?
Must be, as Masood drives to mid-on and sets off immediately. Stuart Broad on his toes, runs towards the ball, but they've come through comfortably. Shah Masood to 38, 96 for 2. Strong breeze blowing across the ground here at Old Trafford as Bess is bowling to Azam, who leaves the ball.
Turned and bounced a little bit. It was wide of off stump.
Yeah.
It brought a smile from Dom Bess.
It bounces it above.
Yeah, well taken. Buttler had to jump to take it around chest high. Do that again.
As he comes through again, Azam drives again in that same area out to deep cover. Jofra Archer at deep point is running round and won't be able to stop it as it goes into the advertising sponge. It's the sound off the bat from Babar Azam. He really is getting into a nice groove and flow as Pakistan bring up the 100. 2 wickets down, 37 overs having been bowled.
Well, you've got no margin for error against Babar. Bess bowls an attacking line. He does try and keep it outside off stump, which is aggressive. It's also more difficult because it's a higher risk line to bowl, because if you get it wrong, there are spaces out there. And Babar, that was just fractionally overpitched again, and he missed the field again, and he timed it so well too. So, you know, he's already shown why we reckon that of all the touring batsmen, he's the classiest act this summer.
He's given himself time as well. What was the Andy? 2 off how many?
24 for certain. 24 balls before lunch.
4 off 26 and got a 2 off the last ball before lunch.
Here comes Archer again, bowling to Masood. Full off his legs, out to the deep square boundary. He just clips it away. It's long boundaries here, but that finds its way out there very, very quickly. Masood moves to 42, 104 for 2.
Someone else bought it.
Do you want to read this one, Vic?
Well, Stuart bought it in the late. He was out for 6. He went for a quick single, but was run out by Roger Harper. You see, he didn't look who was fielding where.
As Archer moves away from us, bowls to Masood, who's defending off a good length on the leg stump.
But he claims I didn't tell him that Harper was in the covers at the time.
Yes.
But I expect you had to read between the lines.
The book said, if only you'd remembered that Harper was fielding in covers, ! Or similar, even though no information when he was fielding where.
He must have lost a page somewhere.
That's exactly what happened.
Sorry about that. But you can have another go, you see.
Yeah.
You can read it again.
A pound down the drain as Masood fends one away outside the off stump to gully. Tumbling dive from Rory Burns, who collects the ball and tosses it to extra cover.
Do you know, someone wrote to me from Holland asking whether they could use this format. So I said yes, and they sent me a copy. I've got a Dutch copy of the not the same game, but the same format. I have no idea who wins or what happens because it's all in Dutch.
There you go.
It's a long time, this one.
They should reintroduce it, Vic, as Archer pushes away. Bowls now down the leg side. Has he got something through to Buttler? No. Masood just moving his bat out the way as he looks to play initially. And there's a half appeal from behind the stumps, but I think they realise that it didn't catch anything as it goes through.
Zipped through, but it's looked a completely different game since lunch, isn't it?
51 in 12 and a half overs since lunch, 53 for 2 from 25 before lunch.
Open stance from Masood, who just crouches ever so slightly and back and defending to the offside this time, covering the ball from Archer. Good length outside the off stump from him, building up his pace, 87 miles an hour. David in Solihull. I owned a copy of Vic's book. The first time I played England, lost to a 6 off the last ball, which, as Andy said, was relatively successful for England in the 80s. If it is worth 162 quid, I am off to see if I still have it. Yes.
And I don't think he's going to read it again.
There's going to be plenty available online now, as Archer comes around the wicket to the left-hander, who again gets back and defends down the track. At the end of the over then, Shan is on 42, Babar Azam 39, and Pakistan 104 for 2, and these two going nicely for Pakistan. Not as much in the air from England, the ball being 38 overs old.
No, he's having a chat, Dominic Bess, with Joe Root, because there's the problem of Babar, who latches on to anything that's slightly over-pitched and just driving him through the covers. Whether he's going to look for reinforcements on that offside or whether he's going to try and change the line he bowls. I think he might put his boundary fielder. He's had a man at sort of backward point.
Yeah.
Really, for the shortish ball that gets cut or dabbed down there, I think he might make him go a little bit straighter. In fact, they're bringing a man over to the offside, so an extra fielder on the offside, which suggests that Bess will continue to bowl this off-stump line, but he's got less protection on the leg side now. I just wonder, will Babar really assert himself by just dragging the ball from outside off onto the sparsely populated leg side there?
This is interesting. He put James Anderson out deep backward square as Bess bowls to Azam, who drives again out to deep cover. Jofra Archer takes the ball about 50 metres off the boundary as he comes through for 1. Babar moves to 40. 105 for 2 now, Pakistan.
Okay, here's the rest of the world. I never got any royalties for this.
Now's the time, Vic, as Bess around the wicket to Masood, the left-hander,
It's not a bad
Plays
team.
it back down the pitch. Daniel Jenkins' own Vic Marks book. I still have it. Rest of the world team is Gavaskar, Jeff Marsh, Richards, Crow, Border, Imran Khan, Dujan, Harper, Marshall, Kadir and Reed. There's Masood still in his crease. Ball is nearly onto the stumps as Ben Stokes chases after it. Tries to dab that down at the last second, Shah Masood. He comes through for one. Goes to 43.
Just skidded on a bit quicker than he thought. And they thought about an appeal. Was it one of those that hit the pad before the bat? But I don't think it was. It was certainly straight enough.
Yeah, just looking at the replay, it dragged back and he plays it onto his pad.
Yeah.
As it comes through, Bess then. Here he comes again to Azam, who's forward and playing it to mid-on. Comes through swiftly for a single. Throw from the captain, Joe Root, to Buttler. And Babar moves to 41. So rotating the strike easily at the moment, these two. 107 for 2.
I'm just having another look. You sure it didn't hit the pad first?
Ooh.
And if it did, they should have reviewed it.
Bess fights this one. It's on the full as Masood plays it out to the deep backward square boundary. Jofra collects it with his left hand, turns and throws in one movement up and over Joss Buttler. And it is taken by Ollie Pope, short leg. The score moves to 109 for 2. Masood to 45. As Bess through his action, Masood edges. Does he edge as it goes to Buttler and it hits the edge of his glove onto the floor? Well, was that an opportunity? We'll have to look at the replay. Anyway, a few more words from you, Vic. There's Pakistan 109 for 2, and in will come Simon Mann.
Well, that did spin. I think it didn't take the edge, but we need confirmation of that. Oh, I don't know. I'd like to see that again. I'd like to see the LBW shot again, or the non-reviewed LBW. Bess's reaction was one of anguish, so we'll keep an eye on the screen. If it is, it was a clear chance to Joss Buttler behind the stumps.
Looked as though he might well have nicked that.
We're having another look. I need Snicko.
Hit the left side of his left glove. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's the chance, I'm afraid.
Here's Archer going into bowl to Babar Azam. It's outside the off stump, quite close to off stump though. Babar let it go through, good judgment. 109 for 2, good session for Pakistan.
They needed that
since lunch. And there was that LBW shout as well. It was bat and pad very close together in terms of making contact with the ball. It's hard to say actually. It's almost as if you don't see it very often. Simultaneous contact, but it might well have been on the LBW shout or the half shout, and they decided to ignore it. This is Archer going into bowl to Babar. It's full, it's driven nicely, but straight to mid-off, where it's picked up by Woakes. And there is no run. Babar's playing a different game to everyone else we've seen today. Shan Masood has dug in, worked hard. I mean, not quite playing like Dominic Sibley, but a Sibley type role, really, in trying to wear down the bowlers. Played a bit more elegantly. It's 45 not out. Babar's 41, short outside the off stump and crashed away for 4 by Babar Azam off the back foot, and he barely bothers to move. In fact, he strolls down the pitch to have a chat with the non-striker Shan Masood. That's the sort of stroke that deserves a crowd, and everyone standing up and applauding, cheering for Pakistan. Beautifully played. It was a bit short and wide, and it got what it deserved. And Babar Azam now is level with Shan Masood, and came in the 19th over. Archer bowls to Babar and short ball, and Babar bends at the knees and allows it to go through to Joss Buttler. The weather is closing in.
It does look bleak.
It does.
To our left, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's getting darker, and it's a sheet of grey coming away to the left. The light's beaming down now. And there's some suggestion once it starts, we might be struggling today for the rest of the day, but let's hope not. Forecast has changed a bit away to the right where it's going some blue sky, but that's gone. Archer moves in and bowls another short ball, and Babar Azam, a bit like a boxer there, bends at the knees and then staggers back towards the rope.
It's a quick ball. It's a short ball. 88. Zipped through, but he played it beautifully. You can get real satisfaction, I think, from the good leave, and it kind of sends a message back to the bowler. I've just given him one of my best. Not that wide, but he just swayed out the way. He seemed to see it quite quickly.
Of course, he gave Abid Ali the 1-2 trick earlier. Here is Archer bowling another short ball, and Babar ducks underneath it. Buttler juggles with it and then drops it down the leg side. That's the end of Archer's over. Well, it didn't take too kindly to being crashed for 4 through the offside, and came back with 3 short balls. 113 for 2. Ground staff are coming onto the field, not yet with the covers, but that is the drinks break. Andrew Cowan emails, I recall Shan spent 1 year at my school during 6th form at Stamford School, that is. Given the age difference between him and Stuart Broad, who attended Oakham, I don't think they played each other. However, I'm sure it would have been quite a contest.
Well, I can tell you this, in those days, well, actually, I think when he was at Stuart Broad, when he was at school, was almost more of a batsman than a bowler. But what I was going to say, in those days, he'd have bowled over the wicket at him, because it's a recent phenomenon for him to come around the wicket almost exclusively to left-handers, and he does it very well, and he looks to swing it away from the left-handers. But Shah Masood has done a sterling job, but it's Babar who's caught the imagination since lunch. He's just in that, what have we had now? I suppose we've had an hour's cricket.
We had 25 overs before lunch. We've had 15 overs, and they've taken the score from 53 for 2 to 113 for 2.
And Babar Azam, sorry, Vic, 41 off 40 in that time.
41 off 40. I was just thinking, I haven't seen batting so authoritative. I was going to say this summer. Then maybe Stokes might challenge that, but he's looked terrific. And given how he had to work so hard in the last half hour before lunch, when England were really bowling well, giving nothing away, they've let it slip a little bit, England, but Babar has just put away anything that's offline. He's tormented Bess a bit when he's come on, and yet Bess has almost picked up one, Shah Masood twice. Broad couldn't get much out of this pitch straight after lunch. It's an intriguing test ahead of us. I think it's going to be. I think both sides might be grateful for the fact they've got quite a lot of bowlers in their team, because I think once the ball gets older and if the sun comes out for a day or two, batting might be quite an attractive proposition out there.
On the other hand, we've seen Bess turn a couple on the first day and make one bounce as well to Babar Azam.
You never know with Old Trafford. In one of the games here, the ball turned more on the first day than it did on days sort of 2 and 3.
Yeah.
But they keep saying that this is a drier pitch, so that doesn't quite tally either. Certainly, he's made a couple turn. The one that got the edge, that turned. So if Pakistan can get a total here, they've got a lot of ammunition in their team.
They have, yeah. They've got an all-round attack. They've got a left armour, they've got a pacey right armour, they've got a steady right armour, and they've got 2 leg spinners. It's going to be Dom Bess to continue after the drinks break. It is getting darker at Old Trafford. The light's beginning to take over. Bowling to Masood, the left-hander. He'll enjoy that more. Probably bowling at Babar. He's got silly point and a slip. Here goes Bess into bowl to Masood. He's quietly forward, playing defensively to a ball fractionally outside the off stump. Rolls away into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Not many left-handers in this Pakistan lineup, but they do have one at the top of the order. And Bess is bowling to it at the moment. Bess goes in and bowls. It's a bit too short. It's forced away hard into the ground. He's bobbling out towards extra cover where it's picked up by Rory Burns. You can see the shadows being cast by Burns as he fields that. 4 shadows from the 4 floodlight pylons. 113 for 2. Bess round the wicket to the left-hander. Down the leg side. And goes through for a quick single there. Off the pad. Flicking the pad of Masood. And disappointing for him, because it means he's got a bowl of Babar now who's more assured. You feel as if Bess could get Shan Masood out. But Babar, perhaps not so much, not on the evidence so far. He's bowling with a deep cover, Jofra Archer. We'll see. Barber's up very solid. Here goes Bess to him, and it's forward, blocking that back down the pitch. And it's picked up by Bess, and there's no run. We've got 2 men out, 2 close catches. Bess bowling to Babar Azam. Bess back to his mark, spins himself a catch, and moves in again to bowl to Babar. He's down the pitch and he's hammering this over deep mid-wicket. I think he was slightly beaten in the flight there. It was a bit of a slog in the end, but it's gone out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it's gone away for 4 out towards the point. Thrashed by Babar to take him to 49. Michael Vaughan is here.
Yeah, good afternoon. He's a brilliant player, Babar. You can't expect a young off spinner to bowl to this field. He's spinning it into the right-hander. There's no one out on the onside. You've got a cover point on the boundary, a backward point to save that single. It's such an easy shot for a player of Babar Azam's quality. Just 1 bounce, 4. Now they're going to put a mid-wicket on. They're chasing the game a bit, England. The afternoon session, they've been so poor. Well, so many bad deliveries. Pakistan are capitalising. There's problems because Babar Azam is a high-class player, and you feel that, when England played the West Indies, if a Broston Chase or a Jermaine Blackwood got into 50 or 60, you always felt they were going to give it away. Well, Babar Azam of late in Test match cricket has been used to getting big scores.
Well, they've got that man back now at deep mid-wicket or cow corner, whatever you like. Here is Bess tossing that up outside the off stump, guided away by Babar, the slightly open face to the left of cover, Burns. And the reason he just stroked it into the offside was because that was his 50th run. I'll have my 50, thank you very much. He's played superbly so far. We saw him last summer in England score lots of runs in white ball cricket. And now he's come out his first innings of this tour, and he's reached a half century in good time as well.
69 balls to reach his half century with 9 fours. It's his 19th score of 50 or more in Test cricket. His 12th in his last 11 Test matches, 18 innings in that time. He's averaging 77 with a strike rate of 66 per 100 balls. So he is one of the form players in world cricket.
Yeah, he's a class player, but it looks to me like England are asking Dominic Bess to bowl a line that you would expect him to bowl when there's footholes and days 3 and 4. It's the first day with no real rough for him to aim for. He's just got to bowl a little bit more.
His Archer bowling, that's flicked away by Babar. Got into a tangle there, he gets it down to deep back with square leg. There's a tumbling save. It wasn't the most convincing pull shot from Babar Azam. The Archer was steaming in the last over against him, and the umpires now, having seen that, seeing Babar struggle to some extent to play that. Yeah, he took his eye off it, and it was like a flip shot really, rather than a full-blooded pull shot. First time he's really got into a tangle.
Oh, they're going off.
Then they're going to go off, yeah. I mentioned the fact that the light was closing in, and the clouds are coming over Old Trafford, and they're going off the bad light.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of rain in the air as well, Simon. And I think if you look to our left, it looks quite filled in, and I think the umpires have made quite a sensible call with a few spots in the air. But they may feel that it's going to be coming. It was always due around 3 o'clock. I think of the two teams, England will be delighted to get off just to try and regroup and readdress what they've delivered in the last hour, because it's been poor. Pakistan very, very good, but just look at the way that Dom Bess is being asked to bowl on a day 1 wicket, which is like that tiger attacking line outside of off stump, which opens up pretty much both sides of the wicket, because you have to have your protection on the offside. It takes it away from the onside. It's spinning into the right hander, so it's such an easy one to go with the spin through the onside, as we've just seen from Babar Azam. You wouldn't expect Dominic Bess on day 1 to be ripping through a Pakistan batting line, but what you'd want from him is to be consistent, bowl almost stump to stump, hold an end, try and chip away, more of a threat to the left-hander. As we saw, it was a relatively straightforward drop catch for Jos Buttler behind the stumps. You'd expect to take that. He sees it all the way. It's a forward defence. He didn't get his hands up quick enough. But to the right-hander, you've just got to try and bowl for a few dots, and it's just too aggressive and too attacking the line that he's being asked to bowl to Babar Azam, and he's moved beautifully, 52 from 71. And it's always when a player like Babar Azam arrives, and you pretty much look at that batting line, there's some good players in there, but for Pakistan to win over here, you'd feel that Babar Azam has to have a 400-run series, something like that, maybe a few more. And he's had the perfect start. He's looked in complete control, great balance. don't remember him playing and missing a ball. Maybe one early on.
First ball he got absolute beauty,
that's
didn't
the
he?
First one, yeah. He looks. It's his balance down wrist, and it flew past mid-on. Yeah, high class. I think we're here for a while, Simon.
Yeah.
Come on, Andy, help us out.
Well, Babar's century was off 70 balls. I think I said 69 against England. Only the second innings he's played against England. He made 68 at Lords 2 years ago before having to retire hurt. So he's now 113 undefeated against England. And so we're talking about his extraordinary recent form: 4 centuries and 2 other 50s in his last 5 tests, and now 5 hundreds and 6 other 50s in his last 11.
And he's 25 years of age as well, so he's not old. He's got a lot ahead of him, Babar Azam. He's a good all-round player as well, excellent all-round player. It's not just Test cricket, it's white ball cricket as well. His T20 average is something like 54.
Yeah, and I think also it's his scoring rate. You know, he scores at a good rate of knots. He's got such a game against the quick bowlers. He's got balance on front and back foot. Plays the spinners with control but aggression as well. The sheiks are being put out there now. That's not a good sign. I mean, the forecast is for a couple of hours of rain. We may get some more cricket later on in the day. England will hope to get an hour or so if they can do. Try and get back into the Test match.
Yeah, we've had 40.1 overs. The score is 121 for 2. Babar Azam's 52 not out, and Shan Masood is there on 45. He scored, last time I looked, 66% of his runs behind square on the offside.
So I know you did that on television, didn't you, Simon? Yeah, that's where I saw you doing your little TV piece with the graphics.
Highlights tonight at 7 o'clock.
Yes.
It's raining quite hard now.
Yeah, it is. It is forecast for a couple of hours, and hopefully it'll blow away and we'll get some cricket around 5 o'clock. That's a potential chance. I don't know what Jonathan Agnew, the weather, he says no chance. So the pessimist in the box. I'm more of an optimist. I think we might get some later on. He's showing me a map, maybe not.
It's been a theme of the series really. First days blighted by bad weather, and then some good cricket afterwards. Well, we've seen plenty of good cricket today. It's been very competitive. It's been a real sort of seesaw cricket, and Pakistan not taking away from England this afternoon, but they've done sort of what they've set out to do when they won the toss this morning. The last thing, of course, any team wants to be 60 for 5, but there was a danger of that potentially happening this morning with overcast conditions. Anderson, Broad, Woakes, Archer. What Pakistan have done is taken that away, so they've given themselves a chance of a decent first innings score, and his ultimately has actually disappeared from the box, saying that if you get 300 plus here at Old Trafford, you can often you go on to win the game.
But also, the rain's come at the perfect time for England, because another hour of Babar Azam and Shan Masood playing the way that we've just seen for that 30-40 minutes, that score would have raised to 180. So England can regroup. I'm sure Chris Silver and the bowling coach Graham Welsh should be sitting with his bowlers and saying there's 2 schools of thought: is to go back to real basics and set defensive fields and try and build dots that way. Particularly from the spinner, I think they've been a bit too aggressive with his line, bowling wide of off stump to the right-hander. But the other school of thought is to go to the short stuff, like we saw them against the West Indies.
Well, it was just happening there, wasn't it? Archer was just beginning to do that. He bowled, I think, 4 in a row against Babar Azam.
Yeah, and Stuart Broad produced a decent spell. There was Ben Stokes in that second test here that bowled a long spell. Maybe England needed to go to that a little bit sooner, but I'm sure just that little spell in the dressing room where your coaches can sit down and just kind of calm a few temperaments down and say, come on, just get the basics delivered. You didn't deliver the basics well enough. England's basics in that session were very, very poor. They just allowed Pakistan to score too freely.
Mark's here as well, Mark Ramprakash, who
good afternoon.
Not so long ago would have been in that dressing room with one of the coaching staff trying to, what do you say, calm things down a bit.
Well, I don't know what coaches do. That's
well, we take the wrappers off the sandwiches at tea time.
Very important job.
No, I didn't mean it in that way. I know what coaches do, but in this situation, I don't know what the kind of thought process would be. But I'm sure the bowling coach will be sitting with the captain and Jimmy and Stuart Broad and saying, come on, what do you reckon? What do you reckon in the last hour?
Well, certainly when I was involved, Otis Gibson would be sitting with Joe Root and the bowlers, whether it be together or just in a one-to-one way. But you're really looking for a coherent strategy, and I felt in that session young Dominic Bess, and of course he's a very young bowler, but he really was up against a class act in Azam, and it was classic batting in the way that initially when they started out, Joe Root gave him a deep mid-wicket and a deep point, and Babar Azam played into the spin, which is a difficult skill, albeit on a first day pitch where there's not a lot of turn, but he hit the ball through extra cover a couple of times. There was a field change, the deep mid-wicket came up and another man went over onto the offside, and then that meant that Babar Azam had basically a free hit with the spin over deep mid-wicket, and he duly obliged. So he was manipulating the field around really as he wanted. And so Dominic Bess, as a young spinner in that situation, you've really got to have a clear plan. And the field that they ended with, I think they put a deep mid-wicket out, but the deep square leg came up. I've not seen that for an off-spinner before. So I don't know who's setting that field. I don't know whether it's Joe Root or the bowler. But it needs to be aligned, that thinking and a plan. I mean, predominantly he's on because he can bowl at the left-hander, Shan Masood. He needs to bowl more balls at him and keep him on strike. He's not been able to do that so far. So that was happening at one end. With Jofra Archer, this spell that he was bowling, I think that's why he's in the side. Because he's an excellent line and length bowler, but he's there to provide a bit of an X factor around the 35-40 over mark. When things get a bit flat, that's when I think he needs to step up. But at the same time, again, with the field placing, it needs to be absolutely sure what is our plan. So he had 2 slips, gully, 3 in the offside ring. Well, that's like, county cricket, that's like a 80 mile an hour bowler running up trying to hit the top of half. And I think Jofra, of course, is a young man. He's still finding his way. But as a captain, I think that's when you grab the game, because you've got to be really one step ahead, not one step behind. And that partnership of Archer and Bess, just for the previous 20 minutes, didn't really work very well at all.
So Archer bowling to Babar Azam, when he started to go short, you're right, you've got to have a couple in on the leg side, basically.
Well, you've got to think short leg, you've got to think potentially square leg on the boundary or 45 catcher. You might have him at 45 catcher to say, go on, the pull shot's on, you've got a fine leg for that top edge. If he plays the pull shot well, you probably put your square leg back. Just a bit too traditional, with not the right feels for what you expect from a Jofra Archer kind of bowler on this kind of wicket now. I mean, Dominic Bess, the advice I'd be giving him to would be the backward point that you put to save the single, don't worry about giving Babar Azam a single. You want to be bowling to Shan Masood. So if he plays a forward defence and the outside edge is found to that space at backward point, at least you're bowling to the left-hander. So don't be too concerned if Babar Azam's not down the business end, because you want to be attacking the left hand. He's already found his outside edge. And again, that's a bit of experience, but also that experience isn't there from the bowler. So that's when you need your captain and your senior players to go, look, it's not negative. Even put mid-on back to Babar Azam. Put him on the boundary, give him a 1. It's a first day pitch, there's no route. You're not saying it's so negative that you don't think you can get him out, but in your own mind, you've got to be thinking, who do you want to bowl to? And if it is that you go, thank you very much, first ball of the over, Babam, you you've got a single, then you can cram Shan Masood and say, right, I've got you now. The last thing he would want then is an easy single to Shan Masood. So that's just a little bit of cricket thinking that, he should really be doing that even though he's a young off spinner. I still think he should, at this level, be able to think that for himself. But, little periods like that, England are lucky the rain came, because now they can regroup in the dressing room, come out whenever it may be, whether it's later on or tomorrow morning with a different style. I'm sure they'll be sitting down and coming out with some more basic plans. Because England, if they'd had another half an hour of that, in the Test cricket, you can lose a Test match within a session if you have a really bad session, whether it's with the bat or with the ball. And Pakistan capitalised, the class players. I mean, Babar Azam is, you can put him in that top bracket. I think we put that 4 of Virat Kohli, Steve Smith, Kane Williamson. There's people that question whether Joe Root should be in that 4. I understand that he's not been as consistent as those 3, but Babar Azam of late has been. He has been definitely good enough, and his runs match to be put into that top 3 that I mentioned. He's that good a player that if a player like Babar comes and plays, like we saw Steve Smith last year, Marnus Labuschagne, individual batsmen in English conditions can win your test matches, because it can be tight series where 300, 350 can be par, and if one player sticks his hand up and gets you 150 of them, it can win you a test match.
The rain is, bizarrely, I think, has stopped.
Don't be so surprised, Simon.
You said it was going to be raining for 2 hours.
John Faggus said we might as well get our canoes and go home.
There's actually some blue sky away to the left. It's really bizarre, although behind it actually does look filled in. I think it's one of those interludes, so that's why they're not taking the covers off. But that shower that went over the ground, it seems to have stopped, and the 4th umpire is down there with his umbrella down. So, I mean, in theory, they should just be taking the covers off and getting on with the game. But it may well be that there's a bit more rain to come. It's
hard for groundsmen, isn't it? When you see a radar and you go, oh, that looks like there's at least 2 or 3 hours of juice. So you put the full Monty on, and then the rain does it, and you're going, oh no, we've got to take it off again. As soon as they take it off, it probably starts to rain again. So it's very difficult.
How well has Shan Masood played?
Well, I think he's done terrifically well. I mean, I can't emphasise how difficult it is for someone like Shan Masood, who's been out so many times to the same bowler, Jimmy Anderson, and for those scars that he will have had from the 2016 series, he's battled through that opening spell from Broad and Anderson, and you could see that, he just, in over time, he got a couple of thick outside edges through the gully region, but got away with it. And his body language improved, and his footwork improved, and he started to find the middle of the bat a little bit with his defensive shots, and he's occupied the crease. And in English conditions, in Test match cricket, from your openers, I think you're looking for someone to really book in for bread and breakfast, if you like, and build a platform with some other players to try and get yourself to a first innings score. So I think he's a really important cog in that Pakistan top order. Of course, he's a left-hander, which we've mentioned. So constantly, England bowlers, if Pakistan have picked up quick singles really well this morning, there weren't many bad balls flying around, but they did manage to rotate the strike, which means that England bowlers are constantly having to adjust their line and length, sometimes move from over the wicket to round the wicket. The slip cordon's got to move. Chris Woakes has got to run 70 yards from fine leg to fine leg to change. And it's annoying for a fielding side. And so he's occupied the crease as a left-hander along with the other right-handers, and I think he's shown really good temperament. Azam Mahmood was talking about how he's grown in maturity in recent months and had some very good scores. And batting at the top of a Test match batting lineup is very, very difficult. And for a player to come here in English conditions, it's the ultimate, I think, examination of your defensive technique. Yes, when the bad ball's there, bang, put it away, but you're going to get tested in and around that off stump, and so far he's done extremely well.
Yeah, I think Rob make a really good point about the rotation of strike, and he's been so on it to nick singles. Again, you go back to the last series against the West Indies, I didn't think they did that enough. I didn't think they were busy enough as partnerships. That you're facing Broad and Anderson. What do they hate? Going for runs. How can you wind them up? Try and nick singles, try and get under the skin in that kind of way. That they're so experienced that 80% of the deliveries are going to be on that corridor, that horrible kind of forward defence length. You know the ball's going to be nibbling. There's going to be pressure. So if you can get down the other end and kind of frustrate them in that way, it's the best way to play against them. I mean, we were talking last week about combinations in Test match cricket, and this combination here with the Duke ball in English conditions is as hard a combination that you're ever going to come up against. So you imagine last night Shan Masood, he knows he's been out to Jimmy 6 times, and he's taking go, here we go. You're not going to get a leg stump half volley, you're not going to get a short wide one. There's players like Sean Pollock, when I open the batting against, you just know that you're going to have to bat for 10 overs and your score's going to probably read 6 at best, because you're just not going to get any free deliveries. And I think that's why the likes of Dom Sibley, Shan Masood, I just think you need those kind of players in your Test team. As Ramp said, you need players that, for one, they just love batting. They'll bat all day, they'll bat in the nets all day. I love that. And they're not going to just throw their hands at a wide one or try and play a pull shot from a decent length delivery. This is going to hang in. That's what they are there to do. They're born and bred to just hang in there. And Shan Masood is the absolute perfect fall for the English game. You know, in these conditions, when there is a little bit of nibble, he didn't and hasn't. I think 2 years ago, whenever they came, he kind of threw his hand at a few deliveries. It looks to me like he's really worked on his technique to keep his hands tight, close in. He's played and missed it a few, but if you're going to come to England and not play and miss, you're some kind of player. So he has been a perfect foundation setter for this Pakistan batting lineup.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you make about the running between the wickets. I mean, a few times today we thought, that could be a run out, but all he's doing there, he's sort of saying, right, we're looking for the single. So sometimes you're coming down the pitch and almost offering it, can you come? No. And you feel there is the possibility of a run out, but also it gives you so much positivity in your batting as well to keep that board ticking.
Well, it's a mindset and it's a body language. You know, your body language isn't always in a way that you're smacking the ball for four. You know, you'd love to be in that kind of language all the time, but again, with a duke ball, it's impossible. So if you're looking for quick singles, your feet are going, your mind's in a real strong, positive mind frame. And also, the way to play against Broad and Anderson is to wind them up. You know, try and frustrate them, and if you can just keep rotating the strike. I mean, Rams has been in the dressing room recently with them. I'm talking 12 years ago when I played with them. Back then they were grumpy if they went for runs. So I dread to think what they're like now as senior pros in the team. They hate going for runs. So if you can nick singles, and then what do? You can see them looking at fielders going, you should have saved that. Why haven't you saved me that single? And all of a sudden you can see it's not cracks appearing in England's side, but you can just see a little bit of fraction, which is exactly what you want from a Pakistan perspective.
The situation here at Old Trafford at the moment is it's not raining. The light is not particularly good. Those clouds still moving in from the northwest, or west-northwest, that sort of area, which suggests the possibility of more rain, possibly more bad light. Pakistan 121 for 2 when the players came off. Abid Ali was bowled by Archer for 16. 2 short balls in the previous over, one which left him on his backside, and then Archer pitching one up and getting one through the gate. And Abid Ali bowled for 16, and then Azhar Ali LBW to Woakes for 0 when he reviewed, but just on-off stump and hitting as well. It was a good decision. And then Babar's come out and played really well, and Shan Masood has dug in and used that thickish outside edge very well down towards the third man area and gone to 45. At the moment, it was just in that waiting period.
Do you think this is too dark?
It's probably okay at the moment. By the time they get back on, that dark cloud will be over the ground. It will be too dark. You know, it's that. It's just frustrating. The wind's dropped as well. You see the wind's been blowing sort of across the ground from left to right as we look at it from the media end. Almost, I think, for about 2 weeks. At the moment, the flags are not moving, or they're barely fluttering. So it's just the wind's dropped. It might be that those clouds are just going to hang over the ground. I mean, it has been frustrating up here with the bad light. And the feeling is sometimes we should just get on with the game, really, and play as much as we possibly can. Hold on, I see T has been taken. I've just seen the signal for T from one of the umpires out on the ground there. Looks like it anyway. T signal's been made, so there we go.
I think I'll have some tea as well.
3:10, so that's the suggestion of an early tea. See where we are in 20 minutes' time, see whether we can resume.
I've just had this box delivered here, Simon, from Ellie. He's made some lemon drizzle cupcakes.
What have you thought of the cricket so far, Michael?
Yeah, very good. The cakes are a bit better. This is beautiful stuff. It's very, very good with the lemon drizzle. Zelly, well, I'll recommended.
I'm going to tuck into one in a moment. Okay, right. While we await news of restart here, we're going to reflect on a remarkable match last night. Ireland beating England's one-day side in the last over by 7 wickets. Kevin Howells, Michael McNamee from Radio Ulster, and former England batsman Michael Carberry have the story of a special evening in Southampton.
OK, it's not the stage of the World Cup Bangalore 2011, but it is the World Cup Super League and another very famous Irish victory over England here at Southampton. Kevin O'Brien involved again, scoring the winning runs, but it was much more than that. England-Ireland with an Ireland victory by 7 wickets. England 328 all out, put into bat by Ireland, despite the fact they'd lost the first 2 matches in this series. Roy, Bairstow and Vince were out quite cheaply. Then Morgan and Banton with a fantastic partnership, including a sensational century from Owen Morgan, scoring 106. Young Tom Banton with a 58. Later on, David Willey contributed 51 runs as well, to total 328 all out with 1 ball left of the 50. Young with figures of 3 for 53. Little 2 for 62. Camphor, you can't keep him out of this series, with 2 for 68. And then the Ireland reply. It really was going to have to be something very special to get them anywhere close, and they did get close and they got over the line. Paul Stirling making 142, Andrew Balbirnie 113, young 20-year-old Harry Tector not out 29, Kevin O'Brien not out 21, and eventually with 1 ball left they pulled off this 7-wicket victory, one that one of my colleagues alongside me, Michael McNamee, will be talking about for a long, long time to come. So too, I reckon, Michael Carberry. But let us start off with you, Michael McNamee. Try and put in context for us what that victory means for Irish cricket tonight.
Well, I suppose any Irish victory over England, Kevin, is a moment of joy. We'll have people celebrating back home. We'll have people celebrating across the world. But this is a victory that demonstrates that the first 2 batting performances in this series were aberrations. This was a demonstration that the captain Balbirnie can bat. Stirling got back to form, smashed the ball all around the ground. Yes, he rode his luck, but that one was based on that wonderful 214 run partnership for the 2nd wicket. But it was a team performance. Everybody chipped in. The bowlers worked away, the fielders worked away. I mean, at one stage it looked as if England might get 370, 380, 390 when Owen Morgan was dominant. Yes, there were a couple of moments when catches were dropped by England and things went Ireland's way, but the fact that you have this beautiful performance, this firework performance from Paul Stirling, 142, and Andrew Balbirnie, a century as well, 113 for him. They added the jeopardy and the excitement by getting out, but it was the wise old head of Kevin O'Brien and the youngster 20-year-old Harry Tector who saw Ireland home in some style. A thrilling match, a terrific game of cricket.
At the halfway point, Michael Carberry, I think many people, not all, but many people would have been thinking, come the end of it, we're going to be looking back on sensational knock from Owen Morgan, helped out by a very impressive young Tom Banton. We thought Ireland might take it close, but in the end we're talking about 3 very special innings, aren't we, of Owen Morgan, add to that Paul Stirling and Andrew Balbirnie.
Absolutely, and I've seen it time and time again in county cricket. Someone like Paul Stirling, he's a very, very dangerous operator. He's got good experience at international level. It hasn't happened for him in the first 2 games, but boy, tonight he found his rhythm, found the tempo. He got off the mark with a beautiful punch boundary, and he never looked back. And the support he found in his captain, who again was short of runs, short of confidence. You ask in a situation, you ask your senior men to stand up. Both of them did. They set a magnificent platform. That was probably one of the best one-day partnerships I've seen in a long time. Considering the circumstances, considering they come off 2 really bad defeats. Staring a 3rd one in the eye as well, and the composure. They just took the right options. It didn't look frenetic. It didn't look rushed. It just good tempo, 1-day batting. And look, England it'll be a sharp reminder for England. Although yes, they're world champions. Yes, they've played some great cricket over the last 4 years, but it's a sharp reminder, I think, for this England setup that it's a game of constant improvement. You cannot take your foot off the gas against anybody.
It was a mature performance from Ireland, this, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
And the way they batted, and nothing better to show that off, but boundaries being found, whether it be the 4s or the 6s, but then the next ball, just a little push and run.
Yeah, and that was the thing for me. I liked. It was Sterling would find the boundary, or Balbirnie would find the boundary, but then it was the bits in between, the little cute glides, the pushing, the way they played Adil Rashid. There'd been all sorts of trouble against Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali to some degree. I've been showing Moeen Ali a lot of respect in the first two games. Moeen Ali ran up 10 overs to 35 in the first game. They're playing beautifully.
Let's get some reaction, shall we? Nikesh Regani is with Paul Sterling.
Paul, very well batted today. A special day for Irish cricket.
A win against England in their own turf. It's pretty nice to get across the line, and most importantly to get 10 points on the board in this new league, so we're delighted with that. It's a pretty solid performance in the end.
What were you thinking at the halfway stage? Because at one point, you had England 44 for 3, but then that wonderful partnership when Owen Morgan got going, it looked as though they were on for quite a bit more. You must have been quite pleased to pull them back to 328, even though, on paper it looks pretty tough.
Yeah, no, I think a huge credit has to go to our bowlers. To get the middle order wickets is quite tough these days in white ball cricket, and we've done that consistently on this trip, so we're delighted to see that continued on, and to be able to pay England back the way we did, even though we had them 3 down early, massive partnership, and then it could have been high 300s, even into the 400s to chase. So the fact that we got a couple of quick wickets there in the middle really helped us.
Looks a very good wicket out there, and it certainly played pretty true. Obviously that helped your game.
Yeah, I think so. It came onto the bat pretty nice as the innings went on. It was still tricky enough in the first 5 overs. It was maybe not coming on quite as well, and then when the lights kicked in and the ball got a little bit older, it got nicer to bat, and you could sort of squeeze boundaries behind square, which was nice.
What does this mean to you to have contributed so well to such an important victory in the history of Irish cricket?
No, it's huge. We need to keep improving every time we play cricket. We only play against the big teams now, and we've got to keep putting in performances, and we need to keep improving. The first 2 performances were disappointing, to say the least, but we were a bit scratchy. We haven't played in a while, and it was nice to get the cobwebs out, even though they were one-day international matches, and then we were able to put in a good performance today. But we need to keep our standards as high as they were today moving forward.
When you were run out, it looked as though England felt they may have just had a sniff. What was the feeling amongst yourself and the dressing room?
Yeah, it was an interesting one. We had so many wickets in hand. You always feel confident that you can chase, especially when the run rate hadn't really creeped over 8.5. So yeah, we probably did give them a sniff. The two batters in gave them a chance by getting out, but we hopefully had enough in the tank still to come in, and we managed to get there with a few balls to spare.
Absolutely, and I suppose if you're chasing over 300 odd against England, the key is get off to a good start, set a platform, make sure Kevin O'Brien's there at the end. He's been there and done it before, of course, Bangalore 2011. How crucial was it just to have somebody out there with that nous and that experience?
Absolutely, it's key. Especially it was nice for Harry Tector as well to finish as well, a youngster coming into the side, so to have those 2 at the crease will only help them both, and it seems like Kevy's getting better with age, to be honest. He seems to be in the best nick of his life, so hopefully that continues for a few more years yet.
That's great, Paul. Thank you very much. Thanks to you guys in the box.
Paul Cheers. Sterling talking with Nikesh there. Sorry, Nikesh is Nikesh Regani doing the interviews out there tonight, and there'll be more to come. Michael, Andrew Balbirnie ahead of the game today said, look, I'll be back with you in just a moment. David Willey is now being interviewed.
David, commiserations on this evening, but obviously, for yourself, back in the side, and overall, you'd be pretty pleased with your performance in this series?
Yeah, it's been disappointing tonight. Obviously, on a personal level as well, with the ball towards the back end, I was a bit disappointed. But as I said, it's been great to be back out wearing the England shirt. I wasn't sure whether I'd get another chance. So, I've enjoyed every minute.
And I suppose on an evening like tonight, it's a new wicket. It played very differently to the other 2 in the first 2 games. Is that what you made of it? I mean, was 328 kind of a par score on this wicket?
Yeah, I think the pitch got better as the game went on today. Probably from where we were, we'd probably like to have got a few more really, but I think if you've got 330 on the board, you're always in the game, but credit to them, they played well.
I suppose point you mentioned there, you never knew if you're going to wear the shirt ever again back in the side, and I suppose you answered everybody in the best way possible. 5 wickets in your comeback game, man of the series. You feeling the ball's coming out better than ever before?
Yeah, I think so. I think part of that is the enjoyment as well. I'm enjoying the competition and being out in the middle, which probably over the last 12-18 months I'd lost a bit of that, so I feel like I'm in a decent place with my cricket, and I play at my best as well when I'm enjoying it.
It's a very different look England one-day international side here for them last time they played in the World Cup final 380 odd days ago, whenever it was last July. Guys like yourself were in and around that squad, but didn't quite make it in the end, which would have been hugely disappointing for you. But yourself, Sam Billings, there have been some very big positives for England in this series.
Yeah, I think if you look around, the guys that have been in this group, in the training group, there's some brilliant white ball cricketers in England at the minute, and breaking into that side's difficult. I was there for a while and I got left out, but I'm under no illusion it's an unbelievable side. They've just won the World Cup, so places are hard to come by, and when you do get an opportunity to get in, you've got to make the most of it.
Just a final question on the World Cup Super Series. Of course, you mentioned there the points. How do you think that's changed the dynamic, really, of games like this, where you've won the series, you come into the final game, you've still got 10 points at stake? Does that change the dynamic at all?
I don't really know about this World Cup Super Series thing, to be honest, so I've absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
You just want to win games.
Just want to win, mate.
Basically,
win every game, don't you?
It's for qualification for the 2023 World Cup, so every match basically has something riding on it. There are points up for grabs to qualify for that World Cup in India, but I suppose from your point of view as a team, nothing much changes.
No, I think before this series, Morgs talked about we go out and we play this brand of cricket that they've done for the past 4 or 5 years, and that's no different. Whoever puts the shirt on and goes out there and takes the field. So we want to win every game of cricket, whether we're 2-0 up in the series or whatever. We want to win every game of cricket we play.
David, very well played throughout the series, and thanks for your time. Back to you, Kevin. Cheers.
Thank you. So Andrew Balbirnie, ahead of the game, Michael McNamee, said, we need to be a team that does more than just put teams in awkward positions and shocks every now and then during a game.
Absolutely.
So let's put this in context. Ireland now want, because they will be playing more teams like England in the World Cup Super League, whether David Willey knows about it or not, they will be playing teams.
He may have been joking there. I'm not sure, but I suspect he was.
So, from that point of view, the context, Andrew Balbirnie will play this line. A fantastic night. Well done, everybody. They're going to celebrate this win. Of course they are. But he wants more of this, doesn't he?
Well, yes. And you've got to say, for the players who have experienced wins like this, I mean, goodness knows we have banged on about Bangalore 2011 so much. It's nice to get another one. But you don't want them to be just seen as little tiny, one-offs. You want to build on them. You want to challenge Afghanistan. You want to challenge, the West Indies. You want to challenge New Zealand. You want to challenge everybody and go into these matches believing you can give them a match, and on your day you can win them, and they can.
We mentioned Andrew Balbirnie. He's now talking to Nikesh.
Andy, very well played this evening, and congratulations, massive moment in the history of Irish cricket. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel ecstatic. Look, we played not our best cricket in the first 2 ODIs, particularly with the bat, so to come out with a batting performance like that really gives us a lot of confidence that we can go on and compete when playing the best in the world again whenever those fixtures come about.
I was asking Paul this, what were your feelings at the halfway stage? Did you think 328 was about a par score? Did you fancy your chances all along, given the fact it's a new wicket? It looked to be playing quite well.
Yeah, I thought we got back into the game really well, having had a good start. I think Banton and Owen got a really good partnership, so to be able to break that and be able to sniff of restricting to 250, at 320 was maybe a bit frustrating, but look, we knew it was going to be a good wicket, and we just needed to apply ourselves with the bat, which we hadn't done in the first 2 games. We relied on a 21-year-old who hadn't played a lot of cricket. It's just very satisfying to get that win.
Yeah, and you mentioned the sort of young makeup of your side, Curtis Campher coming in and playing so well in those first 2 games, and then tonight it was all about you guys with the experience and Kevin O'Brien there at the end as well. But that mix of experience and youth, I suppose it's finding that balance and making sure everybody sort of has their roles defined within the team. How have you found that, blooding people like Curtis Campher?
Yeah, they've been great. Look, the attitude is spot on. We don't play a lot of cricket back home. We don't play a lot of List A cricket, so some of these guys are coming in with not a lot of experience. So the way they've come in and been able to adapt and assess conditions and stuff like that has been really pleasing. We're going to lose games of cricket, there's no doubt about that. We don't have the experience to consistently beat these teams. What we can do is show an attitude that we can So for the young guys and Harry Tactor out there, second, third ODI, to be able to see us home is great for him.
Yeah, and I suppose those are the positives you can take from this particular series. In terms of tonight, of course, not just the win, not just the historic win, 10 crucial points in the World Cup Super League as well. Does that change the dynamic about how you go about your cricket?
Yeah, look, it's good. I said at the start of the tour, the 3 games, it's going to be tough, and probably our greatest achievement to qualify for the World Cup automatically. We're going to have to be competitive on a consistent basis, and that's what I'm trying to do with this team, and all the guys are aware of that. So to come away from the world champions with 10 points is a great effort, even though we didn't play our best cricket in the first 2 games.
Just finally, where does this compare to Bangalore 2011?
Well, we had Kevin O'Brien at the end there. It was just fitting that he was there and hitting the winning runs. It's huge. A lot of us were watching that as young 20-year-olds or teenagers, and you dream of one day doing that. So to be able to do that, for the country as well, not having a lot of cricket to play and not having a lot of cricket to watch, hopefully we've given us something to smile about.
Andrew Balbirnie with Nikesh Regani. Michael McNamee, back to you on this one, because Andrew Balbirnie, he cuts a really good figure doing these interviews, doesn't he? Win, lose or whatever, he sounds as if he has got a maturity. We talk about this maturity and take it forward. In any circumstances, that's not going to be an easy job, but that's the one he's got to try and pull off together with Graham Ford.
No, and he does feel the weight of the captaincy. He was absolutely gutted when Ireland blew a great chance to win the middle one-day international against the West Indies back in January. He will be delighted to get a first W in the column in 50 over cricket, and there are plenty of challenges ahead. Who knows when they will happen because of the pandemic, but I'm delighted for him. I'm delighted for Paul Stirling, who has expressed his difficulty coming through lockdown. He was so looked so out of sorts, and let's not forget he was scratchy enough today starting off with Delaney. He took a while to get into this. On another day he might have got out. He stuck at it, and we saw the true Paul Stirling in the middle and the tail end of his wonderful innings.
It was a terrific finish to a series which had been very one-sided over the first couple of games, of course. England wrapping up the series victory after just game 2. It wasn't a dead rubber, this one, because of the points available for the World Cup Super League, and at the end of it all, England have got 20 and Ireland have got 10, and obviously they'll try and pick up on that over, well, who knows, over the next 18 months or 2 years as teams try and qualify for the next 50 overs World Cup.
That was Kevin Howells, Michael McNamee from Radio Ulster, and former England batsman and Surrey batsman Michael Carberry with the story of a special evening in Southampton. Those 2 centurions for Ireland. We watched that in the hotel bar here and saw Paul Stirling smashing it to all parts. Andy Balbirnie, they must be absolutely delighted with picking up that win. Why are we talking about that? Why is cricket not on? I hear you cry if you're just joining us. Well, it's a fairly familiar sight in Manchester in this summer, insofar as it's very grey and the lights are on. There isn't actually currently much in the way of rain, surprisingly actually, because the blanket of cloud around us is distinctly doom-laden. It's a really, really thick, deep grey. The flags are still fluttering quite significantly, which is a hopeful sign, as we may see these clouds pass at some point before the close of play today. But it's very, very dark for 3:30. We can see an umpire walking off with an umbrella on. The ground staff are out there. All the covers, such as they are also on the pitch, and a small amount of the outfield. The drainage here at Old Trafford is absolutely fantastic. So even if we were to get a downpour of biblical proportions, which I'm not sure we're going to, but even if we were to get that, there would still be hope that things could be tidied up. Today is a complicated scenario, being the first day of the match. An hour can be made up of play that is lost, and of course there's the extra half hour allowed for the overs. So in theory we could go on till 7:30 today to make up the overs. They'll have to be out there playing by 7 o'clock. They have to be out there by 7 o'clock, so there's plenty of time. And according to the various weather apps that we have been looking at, there's a distinct likelihood actually that the rain will pass through by around 5:15. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if we still end up getting another 20 20 odd overs in maybe today, and of course then those overs can be made up over the course of the rest of the match, 8 overs per day. So if we manage to get in another 16.5 overs today, then actually no overs will be lost in the match, because we'll have 98 over days thereafter. That will take the extra 32 overs. I see Mark Ramprakash is doing the calculations next to me. So that's the target for those of you who like a full 5-day test match. It may yet happen. Just to bring you up to date with what's happened so far today, Pakistan won the toss in cloudy and muggy conditions. They elected to bat. They've got 2 leg spinners in their side, so it wasn't the most difficult decision, but there were challenging conditions to bat in, and in the first session they really did struggle against England's bowlers. Anderson, Broad, Woakes and Archer, who bowled tremendously and picked up a couple of wickets. Abid Ali, the first to go, bowled by Archer for 16 just before, actually about noon. And Azhar, the captain, LBW to Woakes. He reviewed it, but they lost the review as the impact was shown to be hitting and the ball was shown to be hitting the stumps. But that was England's last success. 43 for 2 the score was then. Pakistan, I suppose, struggled through manfully to lunch, but after lunch England's bowling's been a little bit more wayward. Dominic, Bess, unfortunate perhaps not to get the wicket of Shan Masood, who was dropped by Josh Buttler, and not too difficult chance, didn't deviate much on the forward prod, got a thin edge but bounced off the gloves of Buttler. He also very nearly played on in the same over, but other than that Bess has been fairly rudely treated by Babar Azam, who has looked absolutely magnificent. We've seen a lot of him, of course, around the world, and we know what a player he is, but he's treated us to some fantastically silky drives, a couple of glorious back foot punches. He looks completely in control of his game, and he seems to have an enormous amount of time. Shan Masood at the other end, when he came started this series, we were thinking a lot about Jimmy Anderson, how many times he got him. Well, Anderson had no success against Shan Masood on this occasion, and Masood has dug in well, 45 from 134 balls. Pakistan currently in quite a strong position on a pitch that is dry and expected to take turn later, and with a forecast set to improve, and the sun, can you believe it? Yes, the lesser spotted fiery sun in the middle of our solar system is likely to appear in Manchester at some point, rumours have it, tomorrow and for the rest of the match. So it could get quite tricky to bat on, you'd imagine, towards the end of this test. England will be very keen, I'd imagine they'd be very keen to have a sort of hour and a half this evening. If they do get out there at about 6 o'clock, that might well suit their purposes with refreshed bowlers. Anyway, in the absence of actual live cricket, I have Mark Ramprakash and Azhar with me. I'm very delighted to say 2 men of Surrey. In Azhar's case, men of many places, and in Mark's case, Surrey and Middlesex, we should point out.
No, in county cricket, I just played 2 counties, Kent and Surrey.
Well, right, in county cricket, yes, but around the world. But yeah. Surrey must be incredibly close to your heart, one would imagine. Probably the closest place to your heart, as it would be to any man who had ever encountered Surrey.
Yes, of course, why not? I'm a Surrey man, and Surrey is my home. So, yes, Surrey all the way is bottom of my heart. I'm always a Surrey supporter, and I will be remaining of my life.
And for Mark, I suppose your loyalties are divided equally between the 2 London-based counties, I would imagine, starting at Middlesex and then moving to Surrey in
2001, actually, yes. And I am really proud to be an honorary member of both clubs, actually. And it was a big decision for me to move to Surrey. Essentially, I wanted to. I felt I needed a new challenge, and I was still interested in trying to push to play international cricket. Unfortunately, Middlesex had got stuck a little bit down in Division 2, and we're a team in transition. And Surrey, of course, just won the championship and were incredibly successful, and with a host of internationals. I mean, when I turned up, I was given a seat next to Saqlain Mushtaq in the Surrey dressing room. This magician of an off spinner who invented the doosra, and he was great. I really loved playing with him. and of course there were many other international players. And then as a Mahmood, I think we first came across each other around 2002 when Sack Lane I don't think was available for the start of the season. And I remember as not wanting to embarrass you, but he took 8 for 60 against a very strong Lancashire team at the Oval, which meant that we won that game, and I think we got off to a flyer in the Championship and pretty much cruised to the title in 2002. So what a pleasure it was to play, and that's where I think overseas cricketers in county cricket, I've always been such a fan of me, wanting them involved, because my experiences have been so positive. I started at Middlesex with Wayne Daniel and then Desmond Haynes, who had a huge influence on my career. And to play at Surrey with Sack Lane and Azhar, you're just exposed to a different way of thinking, a different way of playing the game. Whenever I toured overseas, I learnt so much about the game, and it challenged a lot of stereotype or thinking perhaps that we may have here. And you come across these guys who do it differently, and they've got such enthusiasm for the game. So it was a real pleasure, and I look back on those times with a lot of fond memories.
As a result,
very kind of you, everybody.
Well, you are sitting here.
As a result,
the good words.
As a result of moving to Surrey, you ended up with the distinction, of course, being, I think, the only man ever to score 100 against all 18 counties, because.
Yes, well,
you got the opportunity to score one against Middlesex, I guess, for a start.
Well, part of the reason to move to Surrey was so I didn't have to face their attack, which was a good decision at the time. It was very, very strong. Also, it got rid of batting on that bloody slope at Lords. It was very challenging at times.
Did you not like that? I'm quite interested in that, because people often talk about actually the challenge of bowling on the Lords slope, but there's that the balance, I suppose, keeping your balance on that slope.
Yeah, I think. There have been some very good players in international cricket who haven't made 100 at Lords, and you'd think that they should have. But I think Sachin Tendulkar is one, and there's certainly a couple of others who can't come to mind at the moment. But there are some bowlers who find it very difficult to bowl with the slope, and then there's others who love it and they can utilise it to their advantage. And if they are accurate enough, it can really cause problems for the batsman. So anyone who's bowling from the pavilion end, which is traditionally where the great fast bowlers operate from, and the reason that would be is because there used to be a ridge, albeit quite a few years ago, but there used to be a little bit of ridge with a bit of uneven bounce just short of a length from that end. But anyone who can bowl at the pavilion end and make the ball just stay up the hill, because you're feeling that as a right-hander, all the balls are coming into you, down the slope, coming in, you've got to play. But if any bowler who can make it just hold up the slope, gives you a real problem as to what to play at, what to leave. So I felt that when I went across to the Oval and the wicket was flat, horizontal, I mean, as well as a good deal whiter than the Lord's wickets as well. So, look, I enjoyed my time there. Of course, I was very lucky to bat behind Mr. Ward and Mr. Butcher opening the innings for Surrey as well. They often saw off the shiny red ball as well.
Well, that was a Surrey heyday, wasn't it? 1999 to 2003, 2004, when they won the 3 championships. With a side that was packed full of internationals. Graham Thorpe would have been there, you of course. Mark Butcher, Ian Ward, you talk about Jimmy Ormond, Ed Giddins, Sack Lane, Salisbury. It's an incredibly powerful side, but also the pioneering side as well. As of when you arrived, T20 began in 2003, and Adam Hollyoake as captain, he seemed to sort of understand the requirements of it, didn't he? Pretty quickly, would you say?
Yeah, he was a brilliant captain. I think I had one of the best captain I played under. And I remember me and Smokey were on the batting together, and it was my first or second game in 2003. I had a good season. I played 4 games in 2004, but the full season was 2003. I remember we lost, I think, 5 wickets against Essex at Chelmsford. I went and blocked a couple of balls, what was half volley first up. So Smokey after the over came to me and he said, don't worry about the scoreboard, don't play the situation, play the ball. If it's normal situation, you will hit this ball for 6. and that gave me enough boost. So every time I went there, I played my natural game. So it was great to work with Smokey and all these international players. When I turned to Surrey dressing room, there was 11 international players, sharing the dressing room, playing for England, and it was great learning experience for me. My Test career unfortunately finished in 2001 on this ground, Old Trafford, and I never played Test cricket afterwards. I was 25 at that time, so I really don't know about my game. So later on, when I played county cricket and understand, how to play in these situations, like people coming from subcontinent, flat tracks, anything on your leg side, you try to hit on the leg side. So here, at first couple of games I find it really difficult for me, because every time I go and play towards the on and ball was taking edge and I got out, and then the likes of Rampy and Topi and these guys, talking to them and sharing my thoughts with them, so I understand my game a bit more.
By the way, I should tell you that we've had a whole load of rain just dump itself. On the ground since we've been talking, but now the clouds have lifted slightly. It's a little bit lighter. I think we might have a little sort of the undulating phase of a little bit of rain, then it's stopping again, another little bit of rain. It's not this really heavy set-in rain, so do not despair if you're hoping for more cricket today. I suspect that we might get lucky enough to have some. I would say that the chances are fairly high, but we'll be keeping an eye on it, don't worry. Just to turn back to Adam Holyoake, because he is renowned as a captain of great invention and having a fantastic cricket brain. Didn't play a great deal of Test cricket, but did captain England's one-day side, didn't he, for a while, and then just before the World Cup, as often happened in England's history, they sort of got a formula and then they threw it out the window and didn't use him. What was it, Mark, about Adam Holyoake that marked him out as a different kind of captain?
Well, he has many attributes. First and foremost, just his backing for you, which I know might sound a very obvious thing, but when the captain comes to you and believes in you and says to go out and play your natural game, and as he did with Azhar, it means a lot. I remember ringing Adam Holyoake about moving to Surrey, and it was very important to me that he wanted me at the club, because there was a little bit unsure. They were already a very strong side, and there was some talk that they didn't really need to add to their batting. So I rang Adam, and he was absolutely adamant. No, we would love you to come to the Oval, and we want you to come bat three and be a prominent player for the club, and that was very important to me. So I think he was a leader that really encouraged his players, gave them a lot of faith and confidence. In terms of him as an example, there's no job that he would ask you to do that he wouldn't do. He was in there at City Point off the spinner. He would bowl when the wicket was flat. He would go out and play shots when the team needed quick runs. And so he led by example brilliantly. But he was also a great tactician. And I think that's where, tactically, he was a guy that could think on his feet. And you had to do that at the Oval, because to bowl people out twice at the Oval was not easy. And you couldn't, there were times where you couldn't just rock up and bowl top of off. You needed to make something happen. And he did that because he had two wonderful spinners in Ian Salisbury and Sekulain Mushtaq. But also players like Azam Mahmood, Jimmy Ormond were very skillful in reverse swinging the ball. So when the pitch was dry, it was hot, and the conditions were right, they could make something happen as well. So I think Adam led an era there which was very successful, and it's a huge accolade to him that successful period. Yes, there were great players, but he led it brilliantly.
And he's well remembered for it, but he did, as you say, you mentioned a couple of players in there. We should also mention Martin Bicknell, of course, who was a mainstay of that Surrey side for a long, long time.
Well, how he got 1,000 first-class wickets, playing 20 years at the Oval, I'll never know.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
And how he didn't play that many Test matches either, which may seem unusual. But you've mentioned Saqlain Mushtaq. We're in a series here, England against Pakistan. Let's have a little look at Saqlain Mushtaq, because what a bowler he was. You said he invented the dooser. I remember watching a lot of Surrey matches actually on Cricinfo at work, and you would see Saqlain come on, and then you'd think, right, there's going to be a whole lot of wickets going to fall here in next to no time. And what was he doing, Azhar, that was just so different? Was it something that people hadn't done before?
No, he was absolutely a legend, He invented Dusra. I remember facing him first time in one-day game. He was playing for PIA, Pakistan International, and I was batting down the order, last 8 hours. So one end, Saqlain was bowling, the other end, Wasim. So you're not going to take chance against Wasim. So your eye is lit up when you see off-spinner bowling at that time. So I went to bat and I said, okay, I'm going to have a slog sweep. I went for slog sweep. Ball was pitched on the leg stump and went through near my bat. And I said, what the hell was that?
When it sort of went over your right shoulder.
Right shoulder. Rather than spinning this way, it's a spin other way. I said, oh, maybe something. And he bowled me, I think, 3 balls, and I couldn't have idea what this guy is doing.
So you couldn't see it? The disguise was...
No, because we never faced anything like that before, it's the first time you see it, because he was, I think, one of the only spinner with the clear action to bowl a dusra, because you can see so many times international players, he deceived with his flight of dusra. Adam Gilchrist, I remember here in Nottingham, he was bowled through the gate against him. You can't really see much. But in '95, when we toured New Zealand, and Saqlain Mushtaq was bowling in a test match, a tour, so he was having a 7-2 field, 7 offside player and 2 on the onside. So you think, how he's going to do that? And he was so accurate and good about that. All the players, wants to play through onside, and he was getting caught behind or, caught at short point and something like that. So it was amazing, it was a genius.
Just to be clear, what Azhar is referring to is you've got an off-spinner, and an off-spinner prevailing field is going to be 5-4-6-3 on the leg side, because that's the way the ball turns into the right-hander. So it just doesn't matter. I guess you just can't compute it. Just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I must just say that in 1997 was the first time I came across Saqlain, and I was playing for Middlesex, and in the first innings he came on and he had a mid-on and a deep square leg, and then a 45 for the sweep, and no one really threw mid-wicket. He only had 3 players on the leg side, and I thought, well, this is an off-spinner, mate, you're going to get slog swept into the tavern. So I blocked a couple, and then I played this sweep shot and top edge, caught on the 45. That was me done. And in the second inning, it still hadn't worked out that he was bowling these different types of deliveries. And in the second innings, I came out, and same thing. So he was bowling at the other end, but he was the same field. And I said to myself, okay, I won't sweep it. I'm just going to hit it with a straight bat through mid-wicket. First ball, he's run up, pitched it up on middle stump, and I'm trying to flick it through mid-wicket, leading edge, straight back to him. No, out first ball, and I was part of a hat-trick there as well. So, I mean, he cleaned us up for fun. And, he went around county cricket for 3 or 4 years, and people just had no answer to it. And it was incredibly difficult to pick it out of his hand. And what Ian Salisbury and Saqlain used to do, and they were incredibly successful bowling as a pair, is that Saqlain didn't rely on drift. So whereas the great Shane Warne would shine one side, he'd get great drift with his leg breaks into the right-hander and then turning across. Saqlain and Sauls, they used to dull the ball so it would get a bit dirty and he wouldn't have a shiny side. So it made it very hard to pick So they bowled a lot of balls that were scrambled seam. So if you didn't pick it from the hand, which way it was going, then you had to play it off the pitch. It was very, very difficult, and they were both brilliantly successful at it.
Now he was nightmare, for Naseem and Waqar and myself when you're looking to reverse the ball, and sometimes he put the sweat on the ball, or saliva on the ball, and sometimes he put his hand down and put the dirt on the ball. So it was very difficult for us to manage the reverse swing, and Naseem told him so many times, don't do this, otherwise you will out of the team.
But this ball that we're talking about, this Dusra, or it's the other one, doesn't it, in Urdu? Is that correct?
Yeah, Dusra, we call it Dusra, yeah, other one.
So this is a distinctly different ball from, Murali. I mean, Murali was an off-spinner that beat the right-hander on the outside edge and inside edge, didn't he? But I suppose that ball, that wouldn't be a Dusra. That would have been like an arm ball, wouldn't it?
No. I think an arm ball, John Embry used to bowl an excellent arm ball, a traditional arm ball, shiny side one side, and it would drift away from the right-hander. I mean, Freddie Titmuss used to do it brilliantly going back. So that would be a traditional arm ball, but I think Murali copied Zach Lane, Murali, and it took him about 18 months. Murali had an incredible wrist. When you watch him back, he had incredible wrist action, but it just took him 18 months to perfect going from the off break to try and bowl the Dusra.
And it's different between Saklan Dusra and Murali because of the wrist. Murali used to do it with the wrist, so he used to bowl like this, and Saklan used to.
So like this, we have to explain on the radio.
On the radio,
effectively, it's like
palm is towards the batsman. Murali used to do that, and Saklan Mushtaq. I remember I've done a lot of slip fielding for him, so then I managed to pick him later on because I was 26 yards away from the popping crease, But Saklan, I can only pick his finger, he used his third finger, and ball was coming over. Like sometimes, like you see the flipper, the ball was coming like this, so you only can see this middle finger of Saklan when he's bowling a Dusra.
So that was your tell. You've got to be pretty eagle-eyed to see that, haven't you? Tell me, why is it we talk about these great innovations in bowling? And just to remind you, by the way, we're off at the moment for rain. It's not currently raining, but it's not. Neither does it look like it's not about to rain, which is why nothing is changing at the moment. The covers are staying where they are. There's some water on the covers, so there'll be a little bit of time, even when these clouds blow through, before we can get back out into the middle. But what is it about Pakistan and the way they seem to the incredibly inventive bowlers, and you're of course one of those. So reverse swing is an obvious one. Dusra is another one. Is it a function of Pakistani pitches? Is that what it is?
No, Saklan found this Dusra when he was playing cricket with his cousin or brother on the top roof of his house, a small ping pong ball. So he used to do it with the, like a finger click. So that's how he find out, if it's doing like this, the ball is going the other way. So then he worked hard on that for, I think, many years, and then he developed that ball, and no one knew at that time how to bowl that. And so many people we see afterwards, trying to bowl Dusra, but the action never allowed them to bowl a Dusra without chucking the ball. So Saklan was a clear action, one of the clear action in world cricket. I think, for me, he was one of the best off spinner who ever played the game, because he can spin the ball, he can flight it, and on different kind of pitches. He sometimes he runs really hard to the crease, sometimes he's slow on his run up. So he used to judge his he used to pick the pitch, assess the pitch so early, and he knows what pace he has to bowl. Like today we were saying, Dom, Bess, he didn't find the right length and right pace to bowl on that pitch. Saklan was very shrewd, and he always, knew, okay, on this pitch I need to bowl a 50 mile per hour. And on this pitch, I need to bowl a bit quicker. So he was very clever in his mind. Like Shane won, he was a brilliant thinker of the game, and Seki was like that.
I mean, there's drift and there's dip as well, isn't there? Which you used to see from. I used to watch him sometimes from side on, and it used to send chills down my spine because the ball would sort of sink sometimes. And you think as a batsman, you think you're there, and you're really not there at all.
Well, the great spinners all possess great accuracy and great control, and they can all spin the ball. Obviously, they need to be able to spin the ball off the surface to trouble great players, but they've got great control, and Saklang had great control of his pace. It's something that's quite unique in that there were times, as Azhar is saying, he would run up quite quick and bowl a quick pace, perhaps high 50s. And other times he would come in very slowly and go a little bit more up in the air, a little slower, looking for perhaps a bit of dip and to fool the batsman that way. So he was very versatile and would think outside the box. I mean, that's a pretty natural way of doing things, and there's always that great discussion about how much are players coached and how much do they find out for themselves. And I think when you play with your mates in the backyard or in the park, you're having fun and you have the license to try different things, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't come off, but there'll be plenty of cricketers where they find a way that that works quite well, whether it's batting or bowling, and that freedom to explore your game and have fun is so important, I think, allied with a little bit of guidance to perhaps for the basics.
Why do these stories come out so much more in Pakistan cricket, though, Azhar? I mean, there was a lovely story that came out of the Big Bash this year. Can't remember the guy's name.
Usman Shanwari.
Correct. Out of nowhere, suddenly taking the Big Bash by storm. I mean, even the story of Wasim Akram when he first began. We're talking about Saklang sort of self-taught. Why is it that there are so many of these type of tales that come out of Pakistan cricket?
Because if you see in Pakistan, the coaching is not big enough in Pakistan. Now recently you find the educated coach, level 2, level 3 coaches. Before our time, you just go and play club cricket, or you go and play with your mates on the street, with the tape ball, and you find your way. Like, for example, Malinga, he used to bowl on the beach, so he find that action, when he was bowling round arm, so ball was skidding and going quicker. So that's the way he developed himself. That's why all the Pakistani guys, they play with the tape ball. That's why if you see all the Pakistani bowlers, they have a really quick arm. Because with the tape ball, you have to bowl a bit quicker. Like yesterday we were saying, Mahmood, from England, Saqib Mahmood. He got a whippy action. If you see Naseem Shah, he got a really whippy action. If you see his action, he take this front arm way back and then do it from there. And same sort of archers. That's where they generate the pace. So you need to find the way, what type of bowler you are. You generating pace from your run-up, or like the great Wasim Akram, a short run-up, quick arm, and bowl with a shoulder. So, and these things you can only find out when you're playing on the street and stuff like that. So these guys be never overcoached. In England, from the young age, you've been coached by certain coaches, and they said, okay, you have to do that, or your action is not right, so you can't do that. So you have to be very aligned and very, very much, going into the game. So in Pakistan, people are natural instincts come in, and that's how they bowl.
You can probably hear on the RFX microphone the rain. It's come properly now. It's a serious, straight down deluge. But I will report also that the flags are still fluttering heavily, which is a positive sign. Last couple of days at Manchester, when it has rained, it's been quite close and still and set in. This is spectacularly magnificent rain, it has to be said, but I don't know how long it's going to last. It's fairly horrible, but it's one of those strange situations where the light is oddly improving at the same time as the rain is absolutely cascading down. It's a curiosity. I've actually seen so much rain in Manchester that there are 9 or 10 different words and conditions I've got for it, but as a fairly good indicator of just how bad it is. Oh, hang on, what I've been shown. 20 degrees, a break in the rain in 15 minutes, I'm told. A break in the rain. I suppose that's the best one can I for in Manchester. There will be a break in the rain. They're not telling us how long the break in the rain will be, but I think we will get a break in the rain. And away to my right, there used to be a whole bunch of visible buildings. I believe the buildings are still there, but I couldn't say for certain because I can't see them. So that's a fairly good indicator of how grey it is. And away to my left, a similar thing applies. So we're sort of in the cloud at the moment, but it will pass. We will be positive, we'll remain positive if you're just joining us. It is raining. Tea has been taken by now, been and gone. Pakistan 121 for 2, having won the toss, elected to bat. They lost 2 wickets sort of after the first hour of play and before lunch. Abid Ali bowled by Archer for 16, and Azhar Ali, the captain, LBW to Chris Woakes for a duck. Since lunch, though, Babar Azam moved on serenely, beautifully. It was great to watch to his 50, unbeaten on 52 from 71 balls. And Shan Masood, just as important a job for his team, but perhaps not quite so pleasing on the eye. 45 not out from 134 balls, so 2 wicket takers there. Chris Woakes and Jofra Archer. I'm with Mark Ramprakash and Azhar Ali. Azhar Mahmood. Sorry, I'm Azad out. Okay. We're talking about a wide range of things. We've been chatting a little bit about Surrey. We'll probably talk about that a bit more in a moment. But currently, we're talking about Pakistan and where they unearth these quite brilliant players from, and about coaching, crucially. Now, I know, Mark, you've started a new role, and it's a role that's kind of germane to what I'm about to ask now, because English cricket has derived quite a lot of players in the last couple of decades, but it always has, but a higher proportion of players recently from public schools. Public schools have the facilities and they have coaches, and people get coached very early. And what Azhar has been talking about is, use the phrase overcoached, but not saying that everybody is overcoached, but there is something about English cricket which can sometimes move dangerously towards homogeneity, can't it? Where everybody has got the same kind of action and everybody bats in the same kind of way. Whereas in Pakistan, you're seeing a lot of really unique, idiosyncratic cricketers who have created their own method, and in so doing have invented through trial and error and things that work for them. That's obviously a strength of the Pakistan system. Is it a strength of the England system that we do have those facilities and coaches?
Well, look, I think it's a fascinating debate as to, there's this 10,000 hour rule, which I can't remember the name of the person now.
Gladwell, is it Malcolm Gladwell?
Okay, yes, it may well be actually. Who said about an individual has to have a lot of 10,000 hours of play, or where they're uninhibited and they can just enjoy exploring and working out the game for themselves. And that may take place in the park or on a bowling machine, whatever it is, but they're sort of making their own decisions and driving their own practice, and then of course how much guidance do you get as well in terms of making the game easier for yourself, doing the basics well. So there's this perennial debate about how much coach intervention there is and should be with players, and of course I think it depends on the player. Very often, I have seen coaches be very dogmatic in telling youngsters of 7, 8, 9-year-olds how to do it. This is how you do it. I'm not a great fan of that. I think to show people a correct grip and an orthodox stance and setup, I think is a good thing. Because I think it does help in the long run to sort of do the basics well, and if you can present the full face of the bat in the V, you're sort of making it more likely that you can be successful, or at least stay at the wicket for a period of time, so that when the bad ball comes along, you can give it a whack. So I do like coaches helping players to understand the basics, but then they've got to interpret it in their own way. At the same time. Good coaching is sometimes not saying anything, and that is really difficult. Because you sort of feel like you've got to justify your job, but actually players finding out through failing sometimes is really powerful, because the best players learn quickly and they decide what they must do and what they must not do, and so I think, getting to know the person, getting to know how they play the game, are they good enough to make their own decisions, and then questioning them about it as well. And of course, you need time to do that. But I think coaching is walking a fine line between being instructive and helping people understand the basics of the game, but also allowing freedom for the individual to find their own way.
We're going to come back to this in a second, but I've just been passed a crucial note by our producer. We have to be playing by 6:09. This is very intriguing. I think this is because of the 9-minute break that we had earlier. I don't quite know why it means that, but it does. Okay, so that's just a fact. So we have to be playing by 6:09, even though we can continue to play until 7:30. If we could only get out at 6:10, then we wouldn't be able to play till 7:30. If we can get out at 6:08, we could play till 7:30. This is an argument that you may want to take up with the ICC. Don't take it up
having very constructive conversations with them.
Oh, look at this.
Yes.
You've
Here
brought
we
a
are.
cake.
I have.
You've brought it with a...
Not made by me, Jonathan.
Oh, Chris, well, I'm
I know it
disappointed
doesn't
about that.
qualify as a cake at all since I didn't make
No,
it.
of course it does, because you've brought...
But here we are, right.
Lots of different components to this.
This is called a chocolate brownie cake.
Okay.
And it's made by Miriam, or Mims as we know her, who is a PCSO, Police Community Support Officer in World's End in London. Her son is going to pass out of the training school as a police constable soon. Mims has made the teas for the Metropolitan Police cricket team for at least 12 years, Saturday and Sunday, and she wanted you and I wanted you to have a cake. I am no wicket keeper, no baker, but I've brought a cake anyway.
And you haven't dropped it. Which is
to be fair, I didn't have to carry it very far.
but this
yes, and then there's a great story here.
Right.
So this
blue
is
thing.
a blue. This is edible, I think, and I'm hoping that's edible, but be careful. And then this is a blue light. As you can see, it's a cover for a light, and it's taken off the top of a Panda car.
Really?
And Mims' Uncle Reg stole it from his Panda car when he retired from the police. That is, of course, a crime, but
Should you be revealing this?
I've told Mims that we don't, in the Metropolitan Police, intend to go back too far into the past.
No,
so,
I think you're
I've
right.
just written that one off.
So you're not going to confiscate it?
No, I'm not, and nor am I going to let you have it.
So it's
I
got to
think
go
it's
back.
an artefact of some importance. Yeah.
So that's the old... That is the old Panda car,
he
blue
took it
light.
off the top of his car, yeah. I'm not encouraging my officers to take things home, by the way. But, well done, Mims. So she's a fantastic person. And, of course, Met cricket is not probably quite what it was. You remember we play at Imber Court?
Yes.
Which is a lovely ground. Surrey used to play there quite often, and it's a wonderful ground. Great, very wide boundary. I think it's one of the widest boundaries.
It's where the public schools final is played too, isn't it? I'm searching for the name.
But I'm afraid because of the sort of pressures that there are on policing since about 2011, 2012, the Met cricket team is not... I was the president. Again, they didn't let me near playing, don't worry. But it's not quite what it was.
No. Oh, well, Chris, I've really been fascinated by what you've had to say.
Oh, it's been lovely to see
really
you.
Have. And you couldn't come in last time because the game was over too quickly.
It was, I'm afraid. It was. And I was very disappointed because I've listened, as I say, since the early 70s. And you're sort of part of my family life.
Yeah. What is it about the radio, then?
Your voices are part of our families, like many people.
Like cricket on the radio, what does it do for you?
It's wonderful.
Right.
It's just wonderful. It is like, it's like if you play, I used to play squash to a reasonable level, and after the match, you knew you were going to meet the other team, sit down, and have it, and I'm sure the same is true here. Well, it's a bit more serious here, but
yes.
you know you're going to sort of hear from the same people and talk the same, slightly, not that important, some of it, slightly inane in a way, some of it, no disrespect. It's going to be just...
Inane, did you say? Excuse me. I've invited you into my office. You've described what I say as inane.
It's going to be calming and fun and interesting, and we enjoy what goes on between the commentators and the summarisers. And I do think TMS is not only a great institution, and I can hear the voices of people who've gone even before you in my ears as I'm speaking. But one thing I've loved about TMS always is the way it is very generous. I think the commentators they might be critical with a small c, but even Jeffrey can be quite critical, can't he? But he's generous. I think he's generous. Well, that's my word.
I've never seen generous from Jeffrey Boyk. Have you met him yet?
No, I've never met him.
Well, I might reserve that pleasure for you, and then you can make up your own mind if it's generous or not.
You see, the thing is, it's just sport, isn't it?
It is.
It's incredibly important.
It's not life and death.
It isn't life and death.
No.
And people are having fun, and you're obviously having fun. And when, a great player does badly, or a debutant makes a frightful fluff of something, you aren't horrible to them, and I think that's important. I really think that's important.
Yeah.
I suppose it makes it easier for me to view. I get cross when I watch sports commentators who are always saying they could do it better than the people now, and they're hopeless and they're making lots of mistakes. I just think that's ridiculous. I listen to Cookie say, and he's been a fantastic cricketer, hasn't he? And he's obviously had some tougher times as well. And I just heard him say, I may not be the most talented, but I've made everything of what I could do. Well, they're all incredibly talented.
Yes.
They don't need knocking.
No, they don't. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. It's been fun. It's been really good fun.
Lovely
Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks for the cake. We're about to start here. If you're not careful, you're going to be commentating on the game as well. And I'm sure it won't be inane. I'm not going to forget that. I'm not going to get over that.
There we go. Lovely to listen back to that again. The Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Dame Cressida Dick, of course, taking a view from the boundary. Well, I wish I could almost pick up from where that was saying about cricket starting and her commentating, because we've got the sun shining. We've got most of the sheets removed here at Old Trafford. But we've just had the result of the umpire's inspection, and they're saying they're going to inspect again at 5:30, which is really frustrating, and that a lot of heavy rain fell in that time. Well, that it's all being cleared up. I've got Vic Marks chuntering to my left. Michael Vaughan, I think, might be off a longish run. We were talking about Bob Willis at lunchtime. What Michael was saying a few minutes ago, he might be at least 43 yards for a run. But that's the noise of the hover cover going away. And it's 121 for 2. Let's just put that out there as well, in case you're just joining us for the first time. With Shah Masood, the opener, on 45, and Babar Azam, who came at number 4, he's got a lovely 52. A couple of really memorable strokes in that, one off the back foot in particular. I know you'll be reading all about in Victor's copy tomorrow. It was just possibly the shot of the summer, but you can fill your boots on that one. Victor, Abid Ali was bowled by Archer for 16. Azhar Ali was LBW to Woakes without scoring. That was at 43 for 2. So that's where we are now, 121 for 2, and it's all very frustrating, as it has been, I'm afraid, for a number of test matches up here this year. The first day has just been perpetually blighted, it seems, but the grounds there I see is pointing to an area which he perhaps wants, well, I was going to say might want some of his colleagues to work on, but they're not working on anything. I just got a feeling that it's almost down to nature to try and dry this out now. The super sopper has done its bit. It's taken away the excess water, but there's no one sort of beavering away and scattering sawdust or anything like that. And I wonder, I'll just put this out there as a half volley for Michael to slap to the boundary if he feels that way inclined, but the fact there isn't a crowd and they haven't got 20,000 people who have paid 70 quid shouting, "Get on with it," I just wonder if that's because it's not the first time this year where we've thought a bit, well, they've gone a bit early for bad light here, or they seem a bit slow in getting out there. I mean, this is possibly the best part of the day at the moment, with the sun out, the floodlights are on, and nothing's happening.
Well, I've said for a while that Test cricket has to understand that it's an entertaining product, that there are TV companies around the globe that pay billions of pounds for it to take place. Radio stations and broadcast units pay a huge amount of money, yet it's the one of the 3 formats. T20 cricket, they'd be playing now. 50 over cricket, they would be playing now. But Test match cricket, it's almost that the conditions have to be perfect for the game to carry on. You're not telling me that there's any danger or any risk for the teams to be playing now. And if you have to cope with a ball that gets slightly wet, cope with it. You know, if you have to cope in conditions that are a little bit gloomy, as we saw in the last couple of test matches here against the West Indies, I'm afraid it's now you have to cope with it.
Yeah.
Whereas it's just the longer format that is the one format that, you know, we talk and we analyse and we write columns about. That's the one format that has struggled for many, many years. And it's the one format that continues to be dated about just not getting on and playing.
It's interesting because England players have been amusing themselves, and I don't blame them at all for finding something to do. They're playing a heading game with a football, which has involved heading on the balcony and knocking down to 2 or 3 players who are down there on the grass on the outfield. And they've been getting on and doing that quite happily. And if there were spectators here,
yeah, you're right,
I think they'd be going mad having seen that. Victor, you've been on the planet for even longer than most of us here. What's your assessment?
I agree. I'm totally frustrated. The umpires are saying the outfield is still quite wet. Well, it's not going to change much in 10 minutes anyway, so...
No.
But they might as well get on with it. I mean, England will be fretting about the ball getting wet, but it's the luck of the draw, really.
Correct.
So I am as bemused as Michael, really. It just seems ridiculous. And they've got this fantastic drainage. There were puddles there. They've all disappeared. Get on with it.
I honestly think if there were spectators in here now, this wouldn't be happening. We've got all the ground staff who work very hard. I'm not having a go at them at all. I'm making the point is that there appears to be nothing that they can do to improve the situation. They're just standing there.
But Aggers, until the directive comes from the ICC, I'm not blaming the umpires either, because they're probably under rules and regulations that stem from the top, that conditions have to be X or Y before you start. Until that changes from above, until that comes from the powerhouses at ICC towers, that these umpires that are operating the game, are told to do things differently to what we've seen, certainly of recent times. It'll continue to be this days that the ground has to be almost perfect and the light has to be almost perfect, or you're not going to play.
There are, I think, too many directives, and I'm drawing on my experience at Southampton, where I spent a long time in the last week.
Yes.
And the weather was glorious. And the first innings were truncated because Ireland were usually bowled out. And we had this absurdity for about 3 hours of an absolutely beautiful late afternoon with not a cloud in the sky and a bit of an energy shortage on the planet. And the floodlights were blaring out for 3 hours and totally redundant, because I presume there is a directive said for the second innings of a day-night match the floodlights shall be switched on at the start of the second innings. I mean, it's equally exasperating.
Well, the problem, and the argument from players playing, obviously, will be, it's all right, you're not playing anymore. You'd have been the same when you played. Of course I would have been, but that was 12 years ago. We have moved on. The game has moved on, and it's a different time. There's different circumstances, there's different covering systems now, there's different drainage systems, and there's lights at every ground.
The irony is that I can see from the left that there's some dark cloud coming, which I don't think, looking at the radar, which aren't always right, these radars, but they give you a pretty good idea of what's going on. But they're not necessarily rain-bearing clouds, but they're dark. And so we'll switch from having had half an hour of lovely sunshine to then, I suspect, fearing bad light, and that might be what keeps people hanging around. But anyway, this should be get the game going. Steve O'Shaughnessy there, he's the fourth umpire. He knows this part of the world very well. But let us engage in conversation. And I make the point again, because there is nothing, apparently, that can be done by the ground staff to make the conditions any better. Otherwise, they'd be doing it. They'd have tea towels, or they'd have sacks.
Usually at this juncture, you have the tractor with the rope.
The rope. We haven't seen that.
I haven't seen the rope.
No.
But everyone is just waiting till past, when there'll be another ritual. There'll be a very slow, long walkout. The umpires are actually residing on the far end of the ground, by the pavilion somewhere. Unless they pop back and have a lie down, I don't know. And then they will have a very slow walkout, and then they'll decide that play can or can't start at 5:50 or something like that.
Very frustrating. I've enjoyed what we've seen today, though, which has been we've waited for Babar Azam to arrive. He's just one of those players that you just queue up to watch, and that shot that I know you'll be drooling over off the back foot. I mean, that was it's just a level up, isn't it?
Yeah, we've all been building him up, which could be fatal. But he came in and he was very watchful, but very sort of sharp before lunch. All he wanted to do was get to lunch. England were bowling extremely well. It was testing. He played and missed a few times, but he got there. But then after lunch, out he came. Obviously, England didn't bowl quite so well, but anything off line or length, he just hit it crisply right off the meat of the bat for four. He hit, as you mentioned, the odd quite good ball for four.
Yes.
He tormented the off spinner. He had no problem against Arch, who bowled very well before lunch. And he raced to 50 in no time, given that he had 2 runs off 24 balls. And he looked so sharp. He was loving it. Announcing himself. I mean, he has played in England before, but he's got higher aspirations now.
How does a batsman who himself timed the ball beautifully most of the time feel when you see a shot like the one I was referring to there? And how does a batsman look at that, and what makes it stand out?
Well, he's a pure player to watch. I mean, as a batsman, you expect to play those kind of shots. And when you get one that's just slightly short, and you get up on your tiptoes and you punch it, it's always a nice feeling, because you've played it perfectly and you see the ball going to the gap, don't have to run. But when you've got a player like Babar Azam, he would expect to play those kind of shots. He's a wonderful player. I saw him get a tremendous 100 in Australia, in Brisbane, and around that time it was a lot of the talk about could he transform his white ball form into test match cricket, and that almost triggered him. And then he went and got a century against Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and big hundreds. And you can just see that he's always had a huge amount of ability and talent. And sometimes these players, they go through these periods where, because they're playing all formats of the game, it's hard to be very good in all three formats at the same time. And he had a period where his white ball game was exceptional. And it's been interesting to hear Azam Mahmood talk about, him coming here for the World Cup doing well. You got to remember the Lord's game where he got 60 odd a few years then and got hit on the wrist. He'd have probably gone on and had a really good series in that series back then, because he was playing well enough to go and get a lot of runs. I just think balance. When you see a player of his quality, Virat Kohli, Steve Smith, a different kind of balance, but very controlled on front and back foot. You can see him being able to score in every single condition around the world, because there's not really anything that you look at. You'll be looking at him as a bowler thinking, well, where could you target him? Well, you target him on around that off-stump early, which they did, and he played and missed at 3.
Yep.
And you just hope that he edges one, because I don't think he'd be like, he's got to start again, whether it's in half an hour's time or tomorrow morning, but I don't think he'll be in the school of a West Indian team that we've just seen, that he'll get a 60 or 70 and give it away. I think if someone like Babar Azam gets to 60 or 70, I think as a fielding unit, you'll be probably thinking, we might be spending a bit of time out here. He's hungry, great balance against spin, pace, and he times it gloriously. He's just one of those players that we talk about players that you'd pay a lot of money to watch bat. Babar Azam's one of those.
Definitely. Wish we're watching him now, but we're still waiting for another inspection, which will take place in 10 minutes. There's been nothing going on up there to report at all. The hover cover is over the pitch, but I say the ground staff who work so hard and everything else, they obviously feel there's nothing they can do that's going to speed up this process, of which there is a damp outfield by all accounts. And so the umpires have having had a look at 5 o'clock, and said we'll come back at past and have another look. I mean, not sure what half an hour will do. In the meantime, as dark clouds have become more or less overhead rather than on their way, they're loitering above Old Trafford, and the light now actually isn't terribly good. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on while we continue to chat a little bit. It's 121 for 2 after 41 overs. Pakistan having chosen to bat first with 2 wrist spinners in their side. England were unchanged, and so Ben Stokes ruled unlikely to bowl, I think, rather than unable to bowl. He wasn't able to have a fitness test because of the rain yesterday and also overnight, so the nets weren't really suitable for him to be able to run in them and bowl flat out. So they've kept the same side that they had last week against West Indies. Let's talk about Babar Azam, who's 52 not out, and for me a great combination is obviously the stroke play, but I'm not sure I've ever seen a batsman defend the ball quite like he does, and it's the bat doesn't move really, the ball hits it and then trickles away about 5 yards, and that's it. There's no even a slight push or anything at it.
I reckon Kane Williamson.
Okay,
it's very similar, and I think it's a modern way of defending. You'll see a lot of his defence with the angle of the bat 45 degree to the ground, so that means the ball's being played very, very late. If the outside edge is found, because it's not produced any force to that defensive stroke, even if it does get the outside edge, it very rarely goes to the slip.
It's not going to carry, is it? No.
And it's the same with Kane Williamson. A lot of the kids are taught that now. It's a perfect way. Even off the back foot, you'll see, rather than a back foot defensive shot, I mean, when I played, I'd kind of just put a little bit of force into the back foot defence, even though you're only trying to hit it a few yards in front of square. If you watch a Kane Williamson, a Virat Kohli, when they defend the ball off the back foot, they even defend it with a 45 degree. They're more likely to play the ball off the blade and it go back on the stumps. They play it that late with the angle of the bat. So it's something that is taught these days, and it's because of these modern players that have produced a technique. I mean, Jack Callis played it quite similar. In one-day cricket, he'd kind of play it late and run it off the face down to third man, a very simple, effective stroke. But a lot of the modern high-class players are bringing it into Test match cricket purely to give them a better chance of surviving against the better balls. So if you do produce a peach and they play it with that fashion with a 45-degree angled bat, there's a very good chance that the snick might not carry to the slip cord, or it'll go down into the gap. And it's a hard skill to develop.
I'll bet.
It's very, very difficult. You're so used to seeing the ball and kind of just taking a bit of momentum towards it, but these players these days that have been training the brain to do that and play in that fashion. The one thing that makes it remarkable about the Williamsons and the Babar Azams and the Virat Kohlis, that they then can manoeuvre their technique slightly differently to a 50-over game or a T20 game, which is even more so, where you take the force towards the ball. Their mentality upstairs of thinking differently week after week for the different formats is very, very impressive.
Yeah. Our friend has arrived with the stump cameras, and we might interpret that as being a positive sign. He's there in his blue jeans. There was some excitement earlier because he almost got run over by the hover cover. He has to really move. He's got his mask on, obligatory, and I'm not sure that. I think it might have hindered him a bit actually, because it's quite hard to suck in air when you're sprinting to the middle, especially when you're carrying that box, which contains these stump cameras. But he looks as if now he's actually preparing at least to attach them to their wires, and gone are the days of there just being one stump cam.
Well, perhaps it was this man's tea break just at the minute, and therefore he can't get the middle stump in until he's had his tea break.
Well, it could be he's producing them from what looks like to be a sort of a snooker cue box, the sort of thing you'd see people heading out towards a snooker hall with. He's got one up, but he has to attach all these wires to it. It's such a technical business these days, and of course those wires are fed back, and there's a little box about 5 yards away from behind each stump, so there's a sort of electronic terminal that all these wires and cables come into. So I think he's taking the opportunity here just to get himself set up, give himself a little bit of time, so that should the umpires in 5 minutes come out and decide that something's, I'm not quite sure what it is, maybe they're hoping for some sort of burn-off effect of the floodlights or something, that they might have caused some sort of evaporation on the outfield, because there's nothing else that can have changed the conditions out there whatsoever in the last 25 minutes.
Do you think that there's any kind of thought that, because the radar suggests it may rain, that they're thinking, we'll wait for that rain to come, rather than think, wait a minute, the conditions are fine, get out there and play, and if it rains, it rains. But at the minute it's not raining and players should be playing.
There are so many different radars. This is part of the complication of all this, but at the moment, according to one of your, well, you tend to look for the radar that it's like for the weather forecast, isn't it? You churn through all these apps and forecasts, and you settle for the one that you actually want to happen. And so I want them to play. So I've found an area here which is showing that there's going to be no rain until 1840. But the showers basically that were there have all split up, so it's all getting a bit confusing. But there's nothing on that radar at all. However, that doesn't show what the cloud cover might be, and that's the problem. So I think if the Barmies were in, and if anybody were in here who paid money to watch the cricket, I think they'd be pretty agitated.
But that's disappointing, I guess, if that's the case, that if there was a crowd in making a bit of noise in the Barmies.
Well, I'm only guessing a bit, but
if it is the case, I think the umpires are getting it completely wrong, because that should not be happening, that you need 20,000 Mancunians having had a few lagers to sing a few songs and give you a few boos to get the game back on. The game should be being played now.
But the other cynical view is that you might have had a situation where those at Old Trafford were desperately keen to get them out there, just to get the quota of overs out, so they haven't got to pay the compensation. So it works both ways.
Well, of course, there isn't that issue anymore. No. I was thinking of the enormous temporary stand that is normally on the left-hand side of the ground where the nets are. We counted up, 8,000 people live in there. It's an incredible sized thing, but you can't help but feel a bit of pressure if they're creating a bit of a rumpus, because there's no play. We've got one or two Pakistani players training and loosening up and so on. There was the forlorn sight that we did see about an hour ago of one England player heading off from this end of the ground to that, not carrying anything but just trudging off, looking very disconsolate, and that was Jack Leach, who we've barely seen these last few weeks.
Exactly. We've all talked about the bubble and the demands of the bubble.
Yes.
And the demands on, let's say, I don't know, Ben Stokes playing every game, or Joe Root playing, well, every game bar the first one, and how tough it is. It's really tough for the likes of Jack Leach. Bracey has been here, I think, all the while.
Yes.
It's toughest of all for those guys who've been in the bubble for the entire time with basically nothing to do apart from run around handing out drinks, bowling in the nets, and having to stay cheerful and encouraging to the rest. It's a long, long time.
Bracey, Folks,
to be doing that. Folks
Lawrence
is
and
another one
Leach have got there,
Yeah, they're the ones I feel most sympathy for.
Well, Vic, you made a very good point. No, I guess it's in hindsight, but I'm sure you said it at the time. It'd have been probably better, worthwhile for England to have played Jack Leach in one of the test matches against the West Indies. So you've got, Don Bess maybe playing a 2, or Jack playing 2 and 1. So you've got options. Pakistan have got a lot of right-handers. West Indies had a lot of right-handers. You'd probably fancy a left-armer spinning it away from the edge. Would be a more tactically aggressive kind of option. The umpires are out there.
The umpires have arrived, and I'm intrigued particularly.
They've got their kit on.
Well,
they're ready to go.
Richard Kettleborough is walking out. When you chance on a busker down the London Underground, and he or she holds her hat out for you, and you toss a pound in or something. He's walking out with his hat like that, and I don't know why. Whether he's collecting raindrops in it, I have absolutely no idea, but he's looking there as if he's hoping that someone's going to toss some change into his hat. Well, what I'll say to him is, if he's doing that with a crowd here, he wouldn't be getting any change in it. He might be getting all sorts of stuff in it. Why is he walking out like that?
I don't know, unless he's using his hat as a receptacle for his light meter.
Do you think that it's
I think it's promising that both Richard Illingworth and Richard Kettleborough have got their hats, because they know that they're basically going to give the green light, and they're going to say to the players, get out here, we'll be starting very soon.
Well, straight away.
Well, they want to with all the hats.
They're inspecting the area just on the edge of the square where the tarpaulins probably finish. I mean, it's sort of where a deepish mid-wicket or cover are fielding. I mean, it doesn't look that treacherous.
They're both walking around with their hats off. That's odd to me.
But they're also checking to see whether it's raining.
That could be it.
So the raindrops on the forehead.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a very odd technique. But anyway, they're meeting up down at this end now. They've walked around. Steve O'Shaughnessy has found a wet patch just to our left down here that's being examined by Mr. Illingworth, who's got his hat in the downward position in his right hand, whereas umpire Kettleborough is still in his I don't know, sort of asking for some sort of donation position. This is very odd. I've not seen that technique before. But they're meeting now, all three of them. They're having a conversation. The light is not great now. They're looking at their watches. That's an encouraging sign.
They're coming back this way.
Our friend with the stump cameras has got 2 in at the far end. All 3 are in position here. It's a question really of how much time they give the players to loosen up. One probably for a little patch there. He's having a bit of a fiddle.
Yeah, but it's perfect. If you're England now, you're desperate to go and play.
Of course,
half an hour, aren't you? Get a couple of wickets tonight.
Well, I don't think we'll hear what they're saying, but umpire Illingworth is going to the England side, and umpire Kettleborough is going to the Pakistan side, still with his hat out, sort of upturned, and they're shouting instructions up. But you generally give players a little bit of time. But I will just caution about the light, because I don't think it's very good.
They have put the stumps in.
Well, it'll be a shame for him. I mean, come on, he's gone out there again with his snooker cue case.
It's taken him a long time to get them in.
It's a long job. That's why he's under such pressure when he's got to rip it all out. When the covers are bearing down on him, because he must be buried underneath that hover cover. So he's very skilled at what he does.
Where does he live? Where does he come from?
Oh, he's the same chap. He's doing it for years.
Yeah, but where does he position himself? Is it to the
on
right?
the boundary edge?
Right, and he just sits there and waits.
He's in the blocks most of the day.
He needs better footwear.
He just sprints.
I don't think he's giving himself the best chance with that pair of shoes, whatever they are. I don't think he's going to be quick in those.
Well,
I think he needs a new pair of runners.
Stumps are at the far end. It was rather like a gardener, sort of meticulously putting in some new bedding plants on his hands and knees, and just fiddling around like he was just putting in some very tender seedlings. but they're of course the wires for the stumps. Now he's done his bit and he's packing up his case. No, see, he's wise. He's leaving it there, maybe.
He's just checking their straight.
Lining them up. Yes, lining them up. Then probably it's a walkie-talkie job to the camera crew to make sure that everything is right. If there's no further rain, we'll restart at 5:45 with 22.5 overs remaining, with a scheduled close of play of 7 o'clock. Would that mean they can go to 7:30 for the overs? So, yes. I'm not sure we'll get there with the light. But anyway, that's the restart time. 5:45, and we can go through.
I think he's got a problem, Agus, because I've seen him on his walkie-talkie and he's now back down on his knees. I think he's got issues. I don't know what's... Look, he's on his walkie-talkie again.
It's quite a procedure. Ground staff aren't going anywhere, and they've still got the hover cover there. And I thought by now I might have seen one or two England bowlers coming out and loosening up and getting ready to go. There's one of the coaching staff.
They've still got 12 minutes.
No, he's gone down the other end, Agus. He's just... He's checked the Brian Statham, and I think he's happy. And then he goes down the Jimmy Anderson. Then look, checks it in line. Yes, he's happy at that end. I think. No. Just a walkie-talkie to someone just to check the stump mic down that, and he'll probably be talking down the mic to make sure that it's working okay.
They can rotate them now, can't they? In the studio, you can actually turn the stump cameras. So you can see behind as well as in front and sideways and all over the place.
Quick selfie while he's down there, just to see he's okay.
Now I've got someone else wandering on. Now, we don't know this chap, but he's got a shock of blonde hair. He's a sort of a slim Matthew Hoggard, and he's coming on from the right-hand side. And I have no idea who he is, but he's got a green flash on the outside of his trousers, and his accreditation is slung over his shoulder.
No, he's part of the ground staff.
Is he?
Yeah, I've seen him today. Yeah, he's part of the team.
Well, he catches the eye because he's got such a shock of blonde hair. But okay, he's coming out, and now we have the sight of Bruce French and Graham Welch. I think is doing some bowling coaching here.
Bruce French increasingly looks like an ageing pop star, doesn't he, from the 70s?
Yes, he does.
He's got a lovely head of hair.
He has. Well, he's one of those like Eunice Khan and Lawrence Rowe, incidentally, who just seem to get younger every time you see them. I wish I knew the secret of their elixir that does that for them. But sadly, Victor...
no, it's bypassed us.
It has.
Maybe it helps to climb mountains.
Do you know, I don't think they're going to start in this light.
No.
What do you think?
Of course they will.
I don't think they will.
Well,
I think from this...
I think there'll be about 3 balls.
Yeah.
John, our engineer, he's got an app.
Has he?
That I'm not quite sure what he does with it normally. But
it's a perfectly respectable app.
It registers lumens.
That's light, isn't it?
It is, Victor. Lumens. And I think it was something like 5,643 lumens when they offered the light last time.
And what's it now?
It's now 6,244. So actually,
that's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, okay.
That's okay. Keep an eye. Keep registering the lumens, please, John.
It's when you see a light go on in the hotel that you suggest that the lights are it's a little bit dodgy. At the minute, there's no lights in the hotel. I think they're all right for half an hour.
1:21 for 2. Pakistan will resume in 10 minutes with Shan Masood on 45. He's left-handed. Babar Azam just played some lovely shots on 52. One by one, England's bowlers are emerging.
It's an important little session for England. It's an opportunity for England because they sort of lost it, or Babar took it away from them in that hour after lunch. They were they were very good in the last hour of the morning and pretty good in the first hour of the morning, but the runs flowed for an hour, and suddenly Pakistan have got 120, haven't been 50 for 2 at lunch.
They've got a great chance to actually get back into the day.
I mean, they need to get back in it, but they made it too easy, I think, for Pakistan in that hour after lunch, partly because Babar just missed nothing. I see we can get an idea who might bowl. I mean, Chris Woakes, it looks like he's been summoned up.
Well, he's been the pick.
Yeah.
Yes, he has. As a bowler before lunch, he bowled a terrific spell to Babar Azam. Made him miss it a few. Got the wicket of Azhar Ali.
Dom Bess has arrived. I
don't think he's going to bowl.
But he's such an enthusiastic character.
Yeah.
He really is. And he's searching round there. I don't know whether the balls... Are they still in the situation in which they have to have their own balls?
I doubt it.
I think
they're all right to change balls.
They've been sharing one out there during the game.
Well, they have, I know, but there was that period, certainly before,
in practice, certainly, yeah.
You only handle your own. But I think maybe that's changed. We've got Masood practicing below us here, and again the white of their clothes really stands out, and it's the pads too in his case. Everything absolutely beautiful, pristine white. Whereas England, of course, playing in the traditional creams, they just look a little bit grubby. They've had a bad wash.
Well, England had the pristine white at one point, and actually I think I prefer the creams.
Well, I definitely prefer the creams.
Yeah.
Yes, but the white did seem very, very bright. But Jofra Archer's appeared. I suspect one ball. If he bowls, then I think that'll be off. But
we've got enough lumens. You've already told us.
Yes, I can't remember who was. I think there might have been a bit of rain involved in that lumen count, wasn't there, or not? Well, that's as you know, is a happy sound. As long as it's going that way. And our Matthew Hoggard lookalike has taken one of the poles that sticks out of the hover cover, which is now it's sort of semi-self-propelled and semi-pushed and pulled away from the playing area. It's almost taking Jofra Archer with it. I don't know how easy it is to stop once it's going. It's going at a fair pace now. The whole length of the pitch, and a bit more, of course, the length of that hovercraft. And off they go. They're running it off. And they clear away the boundary edge. It goes over the rope. It's a brilliant invention. And certainly I think every test ground in England now has one of those. Not elsewhere, because we remain, I think I'm right in saying, Victor, you'll pull me up, I know, with manager experience, but I think we remain the only country in which we do cover the pitch as we do, and everywhere else it's a mat over the pitch and then sheets laid direct on top. But for some reason here in England we like to get the cover off the ground, whether it be on wheels or a cushion of air.
Where it's most striking is when we go to Sri Lanka, and it can rain there, where they cover the entire playing surface, don't they? And they manage to do it incredibly quickly.
Yes.
But I guess if you've got brilliant drainage, and most of England's test grounds now has terrific drainage, there's no point covering everything, is there?
No. Those Sri Lankan ones, we think they must have some sort of number on each bit of sheet, because it fits absolutely perfect, doesn't it? It's like a mosaic. And
it'd be embarrassing, wouldn't it, if you were struggling? It's a jigsaw puzzle you can't complete. Oh, sorry, no, that's not right.
There's one piece missing in the middle. Yes, but they're so well organised. Here's another good sign. We have a groundsman with a bucket, and that's always, again, quite encouraging, because the groundsman doesn't like to waste his sawdust, and so when he appears with a bucket and lays out some of his precious sawdust on the outfield, then that's good. So he's up there at the far end now. He's got a green bucket, and so that is being put in place. And it looks as if the bowlers for England, well, Woakes has finished, but it looks as if Archer and Woakes might start, because I think, are we halfway through an over? We are. We're actually one ball into an Archer over. The question...
It was that short ball from Jofra, and Azhar kind of pulled it off his armpit. Next ball, they went straight off.
Well, will we get to the end of this over? That's the question. How are the lumens looking, John? He'll test it. I think, to be fair as well, he took his official lumens count from outside, because the windows here, the glass has got a slight tint to it, so we would like to be accurate on these things. Bess is still bowling keenly from that far end. Isha's arrived. So some of us have talked here about absolutely nothing for 40 minutes. And then just at the sniff of play, Isha reports for duty. Well, that's very kind of you, Isha. I'd like to tell you what we've been talking about, but I can't really remember. But we're checking lumens at the moment. So there we go. Anyway, Victor, I'll let you continue this conversation. But I can't remember where we were with it. Lumens, 8,000?
We think it's
8,000.
It's it could be a measurement of light.
But that's 8,000.
But you're a scientist, Isha, and you should probably know the real answer.
Isha knows all about lumens. But that is 8. That's amazing. If it was 5.5 when they came off, and that's 8. Well, Victor, I'll let you comment on that.
Well,
and then I'm going to bring Isha in.
I think I'm exhausted on lumens, but we are going to get cricket. And it should be actually quite an uncomfortable time for Pakistan to come out with grey clouds. They've got to get back in, played really well after lunch and took back the initiative. So it is an opportunity for England to just sort of make up for a dodgy hour after lunch. But Babar looks so keen for the fray that he won't mind whether it's overcast or sunny. It looks like a bloke who wants to get out there and show everyone how good he is.
Lumen is the SI-derived unit of luminous flux, a measure of the total quantity of visible light emitted by a source per unit of time. Just off the top of my head, Vic. That's what it is, as of... we've got the lights on here at Old Trafford. Gloomy skies in the distance behind the point, but finally we have some play. 121-2 the score then for Pakistan after they won the toss and elected to bat first here in this first test match. Shan Masood 45 not out, and Babar Azam will resume on 52. A partnership that was flourishing before the break. They finished 10 minutes before tea, took tea early, and the rain continued until about, I think it was about 4:20, and then it's taken a bit of time to get out there eventually. Umpires wanting to make sure that the outfield was fine for play, but it is now. And as Vic mentioned, an opportunity here for England to make amends in this final session. Azam Mahmood has come into the chair, and it will be Jofra Archer to continue from the Brian Statham end. He was just starting to bowl some short stuff to Babar Azam just to see if he could unsettle him, and he was ramping it up to about 88, hoping to increase that pace before the break. It'll be interesting to see what ploy he goes with here. They're going to go to the short method straight away. Babar Azam just adjusting his gloves. They've got a deep backward square, man down at fine leg, short leg, mid-wicket, no one at mid-on. There's a wideish mid-off, point, gully, and one slip in position.
Tricky period for Pakistan right now, 22 overs to go, and now we can see the field is set for the short ball. Little bit of chin music, so let's see.
Yeah, Ben Stokes is coming to square leg as well, so packed leg side field is Archer will start off. Here he comes in, shuffles away past the umpire, bowls short to Azam, who's ducking underneath it, through to the keeper. He'll have to get used to this light, get his eyes accustomed to the light out in the middle. Azhar?
Yeah, Babar Azam, he played really well in Australia, and a lot of short ball. Mitchell Stark bowled to him, and he played really well, and he played short ball really well. He's an aggressive player. He might not take on early on, but he will, if he get any opportunity, he will nail on it.
Still in his crease as he taps his bat down now, back and across, off his hip to the leg side, a back of a length delivery, not quite short enough, as it falls in front of a short leg. Ollie Pope position there, cap you can see in the back of his trousers as he now turns to face Babar Azam.
I thought he played brilliantly today. We saw some great shots, typical cover drive of Babar Azam, and then the back foot punch.
It was glorious, wasn't it, off James Anderson as Archer approaches the crease, bowls short, fends it away to the leg side, was not in control of it as it falls down at fine leg. They look to come back for a 2, but settle for the 1 as the throw comes in for Chris Woakes. Tumbling dive down there at fine leg as Babar Azam moves to 53 now, 122 for 2.
That's a good short ball, well directed, on his left shoulder. That's where you want to be bowling a short pitch delivery, not half crackers, or if you want to bowl a short pitch delivery, bowl above the shoulder and head height.
Yeah, certainly looked uncomfortable with that one, Babar Azam, who now stands at the non-striker's end. He's sitting on his bat, Happy to get off strike, probably. Not the easiest person to face after a break. Similar field, just a mirror image for Shan Masood, who stands with an open stance to archery bow short, guides it to a point on his toes, gets right up on his toes and on top of the ball.
Bit of different tactics from England, try to bowl short pitch deliveries here. I think this is the right move they're going on. So they try everything else apart from the short pitch delivery. So little bit chin music and see how they cope with these fiery deliveries from Archer.
So deceptive as he approaches the crease. Short again, ducks underneath one, takes his eye off the ball as it passes through Masood. And that is the end of the over. 122 for 2 then, Pakistan. And I'll confer in the middle now. 2 Pakistan batsmen. Just looking at that one that Babar Azam managed to fend away. He still kept his eyes on it.
Yeah,
as we look at the replay, and it's almost like a whip of the wrist as he plays it. I don't know how he does it.
No, we've seen him. I've seen him doing this more often because he watched the ball really late, and in the end, he just used his wrist. Maybe the bad light here.
Oh no, this is not good news. Umpires Kettleborough and Illingworth have come together, having a chat, and now they've ushered over the England captain Joe Root. So I think they are concerned about the bad light. It might be that Jofra Archer is not allowed to bowl.
They're asking him, I think the umpire is asking Joe Root, maybe he can bring the spinner, so good for Pakistan.
Well, it's a long conversation here. He does not look happy, Joe Root. So he's now having a word with his vice, Ben Stokes. So Don Bess will be on from the James Anderson end, the All Pavilion end. A strong breeze blowing across the ground at the moment, and the conversations continue. Now he's just having a chat to his spinner Joe Root, trying to figure out what tactics they want to go with. Babar Azam played him incredibly well in the afternoon session. All sorts of movement out in the middle at the moment.
Interesting thing here with Babar Azam's strike rate, his strike rate over 70, which is really good. Any opportunity he got, because he is a stroke maker, and he played some magnificent shot. That's why he's been considered one of the best player in Pakistan lineup, and with the way he's going, I think he's one of the best player in the world as well. Like with the likes of Smith, Virat Kohli, Babar Azam.
He's averaging over 50 in T20 cricket, which is no mean feat. ODIs as well, he's got a pretty healthy average, and it was Test cricket really that took him a little while to get going. But it seems to have found his feet in the Test arena now. Batted beautifully. You mentioned the way he played in Australia. I thought that century in Brisbane was outstanding. Just looks so calm, and let's have so much more time than anyone else. So Don Bess has removed his jumper and will be bowling over the wicket to Azam. It's got a deep point and a man out at deep mid-wicket. Starting quite defensively is... he comes through now, bowls Azam on the front foot defending to the leg side. And now comes down to pat the wicket. Got a slip in position and a short leg. Joe Root moving Jofra Archer slightly wider at short fine as Azam works it to mid-wicket, no run off the front foot.
I think he's mature now. He knows where his scoring areas are, and if anything is there, he can nail that. Otherwise, he's happy to defend.
Bess skips through, bowls on the back foot, working it to short leg. Azam getting deep into his crease and just rehearsing that shot once more.
I like this pace, he's bowling 51 mile per hour, so I like this sort of pace here, slightly slower on the first day.
As he bowls again, and Azam is pushing to the offside, comes through for a single as Ben Stokes chases after it. We'll move to 54, 123 for 2. So a couple of deliveries at the left-hander now. Dom Bess.
I think Dom Bess don't mind that, bowling at the left-hander, taking the ball away from him. So it's better to bowl at left-hander than Babar Azam.
Just adjusting his field as deep square will come into the inner ring as Bess is around the wicket. The off spinner bowls to Masood, who leaves outside the off stump. Good leave in the end. Yeah, slightly slower, 51 miles an hour from Bess.
When he started in the morning, he was bowling far quicker.
Yeah, 54 as he comes through again. Masood struck on the pads, given not out. And Ben Stokes
very close though.
Having a look at James Anderson. Joe Root is walking in from mid-off, and they decided not to review. No more time anyway, so we'll have to have a look at the replay of that one. End of the over, 123 for 2. 43 overs have been bowled in this innings. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online and via the BBC Sounds app. But radio for long wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. Just looking at it, I think an inside edge. Maybe a look at the replay. It looked like maybe he got something on it. So, yeah, as we suspected, Jofra Archer no longer bowling. It's going to be the captain bringing himself on. Joe Root's going to bowl a few twirlers.
Is he going to bowl off spin or leg spin? He's working hard on his leg spin. Let's see which way he's going to spin the ball.
Well, he's taking his cap off and reveals his black headband. Joe Root, with a mop of hair flowing over it. I actually quite like the long hair from Joe Root as he rehearses a couple of deliveries to Jofra Archer, who has the blue sunglasses on the back of his cap. So Root around the wicket to Babar Azam, men around the bat, plays it to short leg off the front foot. No run. There's a man out at deep mid wicket. He's got a slip and a leg slip as comes through quickly. Root ball's flat, nearly a catch at leg slip. Rory Burns moving to his left. He managed to keep it down in the end, Babar Azam, but how close was this? Taking a look at the replay now. As Root bowls up and over, Azam comes through for a single. There's a throw on, but he gets in comfortably. As it comes to the danger end, Babar Azam gets in and moves to 55, so 124 for 2. He just whipped it off his hip, Babar Azam, and it nearly fell in the hands of Rory Burns the ball before. But he hit it too hard almost. It was going to be a good reaction catch if Burns managed to collect it. So Root to the left-hander, coming around the wicket and left outside the off stump. Now Root is a lot quicker through the air, 56 miles an hour for him. 1-2 steps before he tosses it up, driven by Masood to extra cover, no run.
And he's running through his over very quickly.
So he gives the ball a bit of a shine on the back leg. Past the umpire now. Masood forward and smothering the ball to the offside. At the end of the over, it's 124 for 2. Shah Masood on 45, Babar Azam on 55. Have we lost our background sound? I think we have. The gentle hum.
The hummers from Lords have gone home due to the bad weather.
They've had enough, Andy.
We've talked a lot this summer about the effectiveness of off-spinners against right and left-handed batsmen. Joe Root's a particularly extreme example. He's taken 16 of his test wickets have been left-handers and 12 right-handers. He averages 28 against left-handers and 78 against right-handers. And we were talking in the last test about Graham Swan and Nathan Lyon both averaging significantly more to right-handers than left-handers, but Root is the ultimate case.
Thanks, Andy. As Azam defends to the leg side, Don Bess continuing from the James Anderson end. Welcome back to Radio 4 Longwave listeners. Joe Root has just bowled from the Brian Statham end, nearly extracting the wicket of Babar Azam. As Bess through once more, Azam on the back foot, working it out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Flashes of red on the soles of his shoes as he comes through.
One thing these two guys done really well, they rotated the strike really well, which put pressure on the bowlers, right arm, left arm handed, so it's not easy to adjust their lines.
A silly point in position for Bess, coming around the wicket to the left-hander Masood, who plays it late and it finds its way to backward point. No
Hint of
run.
spin, I think. Yeah.
We'll see here whether it just gripped. Nice angle of the seam.
Bit more spin, bit more air to the ball, and we see some spin.
Masood, bat stump high, forward press, defends to the leg side, pushes for a single, but James Anderson is quick to the ball in at mid-wicket. I've just realised, with Andy Zaltzman and yourself here, Azhar, it's a bit of a reunion, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, actually.
From when we were on that game show, Spot the Googly.
Yes.
Oh no, and Dan Norcross has just appeared as Masood drives to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, I think it was way back, 7-8 years ago.
I wonder if Dan can tell us the story. When are you coming in, Dan? About 6 minutes, okay, so maybe I have time to tell it. As Bess bowls to Masood, who leaves aptly outside the off stump. A good bit of turn there for Bess, bowling nicely. That one slightly quicker, end of the over, 125 for 2.
I think he's settling nicely, Bess, here, because he's finding the rhythm and pace of the pitch.
Going back to that game show, we had to guess. We had to guess whether what you were saying, what your statement was, whether it was true or false. And what was the statement again? As Root
after this ball,
falling around the wicket to Azam, catches the shoulder of the bat to the offside. Good length delivery, Stokes chasing after it, misfielded as Point collects and does the rest. Sibley there, no run is taken.
That was my...
we'll get in a second as Stokes returns to first slip. Root bowls, again a bit of spin off a length, and Azam looked to play it but then decided against. As he now looks over to the leg side, there is a man out there at deep mid-wicket. A short fine that's quite wide as Azam is forward and playing the ball to the offside. No run.
It was, I think after the over we can discuss. It's because Root is running through his over.
Stump high. The bat is from Azam as he gets deep into his crease and clips it to that man at short fine. I think it was something along the lines of, once upon a time Shoaib Akhtar borrowed my box.
Yes, that's right.
As Root bowls now to Azam, who plays it into short leg on the bounce. Again looking to press forwards and then shifts that weight backwards. And he sets up once more, open stance. Azam, this time clips to mid-wicket and comes through for an easy single in the end. Calls early as James Anderson takes the ball at mid-wicket.
Because I set the story for that true or false, because he got hit on his private part area. So, and then he asked for my box. So you have to guess it is a true or a false.
Pakistan 126 for 2. And maybe we'll let the listeners figure out whether it was true or false. We'll give them maybe a few overs before Dan comes in, as Azam is on strike to Bess. Nice flighted action. Bowls. Azam plays it into short leg. So the things that people need to consider is why Shoaib Akhtar will not have his own box.
Yeah.
So where was this incident? As
New Zealand.
Azam covers the ball
because
over to the offside.
He never got a chance to bat in the net, so he pushed himself to bat in the nets against Danish Canaria. He hit 2 big sixes on a slog sweep, and then Danish bowled the wrong one and hit him in the nose.
Hence spot the googly as Bess bowls. Azam advances, plays it past short leg out to deep backwards square. Jofra Archer shuffles round to collect the ball and underarms it to mid-wicket as they come through for 1. Azam moves to 58, 127 for 2. And at that point, as Bess skips forwards, bowls, and it's a mis-stumping from Joss Buttler. Masood advancing down the track, looking to launch him up and over the old pavilion. And Buttler with a clear view, extra bit of bounce. It hits him in the shoulder, actually, as we look at the replay. And another missed opportunity. So, huge frustration because it would have been the partnership breaker, these two going along nicely. There's Bess, continues, he bowls, Masood, this time driving off the front foot, staying in his crease, firmly planted as...
That's his go-to shot, we've seen him against spinner. He loves going aerial route, but it was opportunity missed by Josh Buttler.
Bess bowls flatter, Masood defends, again deciding to stay in the crease, and no run is taken as it falls onto the offside extra cover. So Pakistan 127 for 2, Shan Masood on 45, Babar on 58. A few words from you, Azhar, and then it will be Dan Norcross.
A big opportunity missed by Buttler here. It's a great opportunity for him to convert this 45 to a big total. And these two playing really well now. The partnership is around 80 odd, so they need to build this partnership and go a long way.
Joe Root is continuing from the Statham end. The spin twins had made a little bit happen actually in the gloaming here. And he's coming round the wicket to Babar Azam, flicked away to the short backward square leg. There's the fielding straight to that fielder. It's a very extravagant field. We have a leg slip, a forward short leg, backward square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. Jofra Archer a little bit deeper on the leg side. Root in around the wicket, and that's worked away nicely out to deep mid-wicket. Chris Woakes runs in off the boundary to field. 1 more to the total. 128 for 2. Shan Masood with another life. He's got that little edge before to Buttler off Bess, which was dropped. It wasn't the easiest stumping, but Butler's quite low, so I'll come back to it in a minute because they really are getting through their overs very quickly, which is commendable. If one wonders the logic of it, around the wicket, forward in defence comes Shan.
It bounced a bit more than usually, it's fun and bounce a bit more.
I mean, he couldn't really have got the gloves there without having to flick his hands around the other way so the fingers were pointing up, because it came right up into his his left shoulder, I should say. Root in, that's driven up to mid-off. They're going to go through for a single. Archer fumbles as he tries to pick up, but he's quite deep at mid-off, so I think the run was always on. 129 for 2. Shan Masood to 46. So his big problem was he was crouching relatively low, and then Shan Masood ran basically past the ball, or the ball went past his outside edge, and then it bounced up into his top of his left shoulder. Routine swept beautifully down to the boundary for 4, beaten the backward square leg, and Babar Azam moves to 63, 133 for 2.
Good sweep shot. He's a good sweeper of the ball. He was on the leg stumps, so Babar, there's no deep square leg for that shot.
What we haven't seen from Root is his lesser spotted leggy, because he's been working on the leggy a bit, hasn't he, lately? And I just wondered if he might try that to the right-hander, but obviously not from round the wicket. Here he comes again, that sort of round arm star, worked into the onside again by Babar Azam, out to the deep mid wicket. Woakes again, and that is the end of the overs. 48 overs gone, 134 for 2. Babar Azam 64, Shan Masood 46, and Babar will have the strike at the start of the next over.
Having 6-3 field is difficult ball to bowl from that round the stump angle. He should be bowling it, because you both hands off spinner, both are off spinners, but bowling is easier for the batsman to adjust them if he can mix it up with a maybe leggy. So
should England be doing this is the question I'm asking. I mean, they could walk straight off here by putting a quick bowler on. That said, they've carved out an opportunity here. Bess into the right-hander who works to square leg, where Jofra Archer does the fielding. There's no run. I mean, away to our left, we can see the skies brightening a little, but it's going to be a little while before that gets to us. We've still got quite a large bank of low grey, I don't think rain-threatening cloud. Bess in, and the ball barely turns back into Babar Azam as he plays it from the crease into the ground, and Buttler goes to pick up. I suppose, Root would argue that an opportunity's been carved out here, and had Buttler been able to take that turning delivery that bounced on him, they would have taken the wicket. Down the wicket comes Babar Azam, and he smashes it back past, over the head, and one bounce maybe for 4.
Good use of the feet, it was slightly aired, and Babar Azam coming down the wicket and hitting over the top. Good elevation to the shot.
Beautiful shot, isn't it? And it's sort of almost all of a sudden, because the previous ball was of a similar length, and he just stayed in the crease and defended it. And here, he's decided, no, this time I'm going to just smack it back over your head. He's played Bess really, really well, Babar Azam.
He's a stroke maker. He wants to be putting pressure on the bowler, so he won't Bess settle here.
Forward short leg is in, and a slip is in as Bess comes in to Babar Azam, who goes back into his crease and works the ball really nicely into the space between the short leg and the mid-wicket, out to the deep mid-wicket, and he picks up one more run.
The best thing is he's picking the length so well, if anything slightly short, he moves to the back foot and works the ball to the leg side.
139 for 2, Babar Azam to 69. The left-hander on strike now, who's had that life of Bess's last over. He stays in his crease this time to Shan Masood and pushes the ball back to the bowler, who fields. And there's no run. One ball left in the 49th over. After this, highly unlikely, there's 15 overs left possible in the day. Questions I'm going to be asking of Andy Zoltzman are around rules and regs for today, because it's getting darker by the minute, actually. Cut to backward point where Jofra Archer does the fielding. End of the over. As I say, 15 remain. 139 for 2. Shan Masood does 46. Babar Azam has 69. Andy's just either going to make something up or not. I don't think he is. So I think what it amounts to is, my understanding, I think, is that if we had bad light, they would just stay and monitor the light until 7 o'clock. They've got to get out there by 7, and they're looking at the light, and now they're saying this is too manky even for Root and Bess to be bowling. And it is now properly dark, has to be said. We've got the 4 shadows of the fielders are really visible, and so they're going to walk off with 49 overs having been bowled. 139 for 2. Shan Masood, who's been there from the beginning of this long day, 46 from 152 balls. Babar Azam 69 from 100. Another mini session passes, and it's a successful one for Pakistan. It contained 5 balls from Jofra Archer, then this was, it has to be said, after quite a long wait, when the sun was shining, but the outfield was apparently damp, so they couldn't get back out there when the light was good. The moment they did get out there, the light deteriorated. Jofra Archer finished his over, and then the spinners came on to bowl, which in that time an opportunity presented itself when Shan Masood ran down the wicket to Dom Bess. The ball gripped and turned past his outside edge, but it bounced and it turned into Jos Buttler's left shoulder, and he just couldn't adjust his hands. He certainly couldn't have taken it with the cup down, so he'd have had to flip the hands round and then take it to the stumps. People will be critical and say, maybe he should have risen with the ball, because he did stay quite low, didn't he?
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult, when batsman is charging towards the ball, so sometimes you miss the ball. So it's not easy for the keeper, and it was bounce and spin as well with the same time.
Would he have had a good sight of that? I don't know. I mean, as the batsman was coming down, would the keeper have been able to see that?
That's the thing, because from that angle, sometimes bowler is going towards the ball and you miss the ball and you can't see it from that angle. So
now look, I'm going to try and give hope to our listeners that there might be more cricket, because away to our left, as I said earlier, there is a brightness in the sky. That brightness is moving not quite at the pace we might like. There is still a breeze, but the flags are sort of flapping rather than staying, right out, horizontal, visible to us. So I don't know if we're going to get more play, but we will certainly be hanging around here for quite a while, because until it rains, and I'm not sure it's going to do that, and necessitates the covers coming out, we could be here till 7 o'clock. On the field. They're going to be on the field at 7, yes. So, but this is the point. Therefore, we'll be here till 6:59 because it's bad light. So there's no covers to be removed. If the umpires say, wave the players on, they could wave them on for another couple of overs. What time did they go off, Andy, exactly? Was it 10 past?
I think 10 or 11 past.
10 or 11 past. So we're losing overs now. We're losing some of the 15 overs that theoretically remain to be bowled. And I don't know, actually that light away to our left is encroaching a little bit quicker than I'd previously anticipated. So I wouldn't rule out play, but it had got very dark when they took the players off. Here's the question I'm going to ask you, Azhar, and this is a campaign that I am trying to get launched. Okay. We raised this about 3 years ago, I think, after a day-night game between England and the West Indies. And the following game was played and they kept going off for bad light. And so bear with me with this theory. This is one that I share with Adam Collins and Graham Swan, one a journalist, one the former England spinner. So we know that we can replace the ball if there's something wrong with it. Yep. If it goes out of shape or whatever, we can replace the ball. We also know that if you have a pink ball, you can play through bad light. There is no such thing as bad light in a pink ball game. When the lights come on, it can be this dark, you play with a pink ball. So my question to you is, if we're going to make the game really accessible to people so that play continues, and if there were a crowd here, for example, they'd be wanting to see more play and get value for their money, why don't we, when the light becomes poor, replace the red ball of 49 overs old with a pink ball of 49 overs old and keep playing? And then the following day, when they come back out and the light is fine, replace the pink ball that would then be 64 overs old, because we'd have bowled those 15 overs, with a red ball that's 64 overs old. Why can't we do that?
I need to look at that, this matter, because they need to find the way, because light is on and people, there's no crowd here, but people sitting at home, they want to see the cricket on the TV or listening to the radio. So they want to see cricket going on. But unfortunately, there's a rule. I remember I was involved in one of the tests.
Something. Right. I'm just having a look at the umpire. Appears to have said play has been abandoned for the day. Well, this is extraordinary. Play has been abandoned for the day. Now, I've been telling you all, sorry to interrupt you, as I just have to bring you this news, and the covers are coming on. I don't quite understand why. Maybe they have seen rain radar or thoughts that rain are coming. And behind us, actually, if I look over to my left, just behind us, there is a big bank of grey cloud, and maybe that is bringing rain that I can't see. Away to my far left, it's a lot brighter. So out come the covers, and the umpires have called it off. So it's kind of doesn't make any difference. My theory would have made no difference because they might have come off for rain. But
changing like you asked, a 40-year-old red ball, and then you play. Where you gonna get that 41-year-old ball, pink ball, and then after 65-year-old ball, or you're gonna use the same ball?
Yeah, you bring them all. I mean, if you have a pink ball game, you have a whole box of pink balls. So, the way I see it is that if I was a kid and I went and I was starting to watch cricket, and if the very first game I went to watch was a day-night test where there's no bad light, if the second test I went to was a normal day test, I would wonder, why are they going off for bad light? They didn't have to have bad light in the game that I first saw, the one I watched last week. What is bad light? I don't understand. And I just think sometimes we always think about what's fair for one side or the other. Well, sometimes it's not fair that one side gets the bat first on a pitch that's going to get worse. It's not fair that one ball swings a bit more than another ball.
It's not fair that one country has way more money and resources than another.
Exactly. Well, exactly. The game is not fair, and sometimes we think too much about what's fair, and we forget that what's sort of faintly ludicrous. And bad light is kind of ludicrous when we've abolished bad light with the pink ball. Anyway. Enough of that. We'll obviously come back to this because it may not in this test match because the weather forecast is actually rather lovely from now on in. But what we do know is that 41 overs have been lost today. That means that we have late finishes for the next 4 days if it goes that far. 8 overs can be made up. So in total, only actually 9 overs have been lost in this match because 32 overs can be made back, so out of the 41. So it's really not a significant amount of time lost in this match, nothing like the amount that's been lost in the 3 matches against the West Indies. So I don't think this is going to make the chances of a draw that much greater, for example. And I think Pakistan will be absolutely delighted with their day's work because they batted in quite awkward overhead conditions on a muggy day against England's much vaunted seam attack with a new ball, and they have survived it. They lost those 2 wickets in the first session. Around about noon, they were 43 for 2 wickets for Jofra Archer, who removed Abid Ali. He's got 1 for 23 from 10 overs, and then Woakes got the captain, Azhar out, LBW. It was reviewed, but it was found to be plumb hitting, so Pakistan lost that review. And at that point, we did wonder for Pakistan because Chris Woakes and Jofra Archer were bowled quite magnificently in tandem for that hour before lunch. Then after lunch, well, Babar Azam really got away from England. He finishes the day unbeaten on 69 from 100 balls and has played some absolutely sumptuous, glorious shots. And Shan Masood at the other end, the left-handed opener who had a torrid time in England in the past, he has 46 from 152 balls. It hasn't been pretty to watch, but it's been incredibly effective for Pakistan, and it's put them in a strong position on a pitch we expect to dry out and take turn later on. So 139 for 2, 49 overs have been bowled. It is the close of play. I'm going to make way for Jonathan Agnew, but first, Azhar, just if you could assess that day from a Pakistan viewpoint for us.
I think it was a great day for Pakistan. At lunch, the game was evenly poised for both teams, and after that lunch session, Pakistan played really well. These 2 guys, especially Babar Azam, we saw some great shots on a front foot, his cover drive, and on a back foot as well. So Shan Masood's role here, so he has to play a long period of time. The other batsmen can play around him. So I thought he's played beautifully, and he was lucky enough, got a couple of chances. 1 catch and 1 stump's been missed by Buttler. It was a tough chance, but I thought overall Pakistan is happy for the score, 139 for 2.
I think they will, yes, thank you, as ever much indeed, for filling the void there. It's again, just adds a little bit of intrigue to all of this, because they've stopped for bad light, and yet they could be playing, or could be waiting until 7 o'clock before calling it off. So I'm not quite sure what's happened here. They're just taking the view, I suppose, that the light's not going to get any better, and they'll just pull the plug on it now. But again, not for the first time this summer. It has all been a little bit confusing, but disappointing really that that play should have ended quite as it has done. So we'll have our review of the day, and this of course can be downloaded as a podcast as and when you like. The usual places, bbc.co.uk/cricket and so on. So, close of play on the first day of the first test between England and Pakistan at Emirates Old Trafford. Truncated day again, only 49 overs were possible, bit of rain, some bad light, and unfortunately just those 49 overs were able to be bowled before the umpire decided that they'd had enough for the day. And at that time, Pakistan, who won the toss, decided to bat